we've been doing epidemic for years. We've been doing epidemic for years. We've been working on all kind of viruses. Yesterday, Marco was mentioning that 10 years before Zika happened, we've been working already on it. So when Zika happened, we were one of the few institute in the world that was really had the diagnostic ready, because we just go to the forest, see what may happen, and try to get prepared for that. For these two reasons, we have actually to do a lot of innovation. Today, I'm extremely happy because this is the first time we organize an innovation day. So even for our centenary, we keep innovating on the events. We're doing that because we want to capture all the energy, all the know-how, and connect people. So this day today is about showing what's happening, connecting people, and make sure that we think about the future. Because we believe, even though we have 100 years, the 100 more coming years will be even more exciting. And I'm extremely grateful to all the people that came here from company, from startup, and also from university to just come and tell us what they are doing, and make sure actually we're gonna be having a fantastic day, and maybe a beginning of a long-standing collaboration for which Africa and the world should be beneficiary, particularly in the field of health. I want to finish by just thanking many people that make this happen. First of all, we have a extremely active organizing committee led by Karine Belondrade. We have Joe Fitchet and Musa Traore and Mohamed Pendenjai that did amazing work in putting together this program. And Joe, I want to thank you because you've been coordinating that very well. And I also want to thank many people that support the funding and the people that came to us. This day is your day for innovators. I was just talking to Solomon, was telling me, do we have a different crowd today? But most of the crowd is different from yesterday. And it's going to be changing tomorrow, where we're going to have a public health day. So even in the way that we bring people, we innovate. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm going to be stopping there. I may probably say a few words about the next one, but I'll let you to the MC. The reason why we wanted the next one an interview, because it was trying to come and it was not possible. It's because he is one of the world's greatest innovators. His name is Rudy Pauwels, and I'm extremely proud to have him as a friend, as a collaborator. I know his son is here. I mean, Stephen, I don't know whether you are around, or Stephen is there in the back. Rudy has impacted life, and we met through an innovation he created by coming to Ebola with the need to create a whole new mobile lab he's going to be talking about. And he have impacted the life of millions of people because he's one of the people that discover antiretroviral treatment. So I'm sure you will enjoy him, but I leave the MC to do the rest. Thank you very much, people.
Thank you, Dr. Sal. Thank you. And again, congratulations on celebrating 100 years. I would like to invite you also during the break. There's a startup corner. It's beautiful. So I would like to invite you during the breaks to go see that startup corner. So today is really about innovation. We're talking about innovation. Dr. Sal mentioned it. Today is a day dedicated to showcasing groundbreaking innovations and entrepreneurial initiatives. That's why today is Innovation and Health Entrepreneurship Forum. That's what we will discuss all day. So without further ado, please can we play the video of Dr. Rudy, who couldn't unfortunately be with us, but in mind and spirit, he is with us. Video, please.
Good morning, Rudy Powell, and welcome at the Innovation Day as part of the centenary of Institut Pasteur in Dakar. Rudy, you are a well-renowned and recognized innovator at the global level, a world-leading expert in the field of biotechnology, nanotechnology, and have done amazing work as an innovator, as an entrepreneur. That's why we would like today to take the opportunity to have this discussion with you to try to inspire a young innovator, but also make sure that through your experience, you can tell us some important lesson when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship. So I just would like to start with the first questions because I know you have been in several area of innovation, whether we're talking about drugs, diagnostics, and now agriculture. With such a diversity, I just would like to start with one question. Could you first tell me the first innovation and company that you built that is Tibotec? How this happened? What has been your background when you do that? And what have been your main driver? If I can know a little bit more about that story. Over to you, Rudy.
Okay, thank you very much, Amadou. And before I start, first of all, congratulations to you. Amazing journey you went through at the Pasteur, all your colleagues, which I have come to know for many years, and congratulations with this celebration. So thank you for asking me a little bit unusual things. Normally we talk about science. Now I have to talk a little bit how I got there. So Tibotec was created in '94 together with my wife, Karin. We've actually 40,000 euros. So it was a very, very modest start. But like every story, there is a prelude, there's a prehistory. So what maybe less people know is that 10 years before I started my career, like many of you, in the academic world, I was specifically at the Reagan Institute with Eric de Klerk. And in the 80s, as you know, virology is a relatively younger field compared to the antibiotic field. And Eric was one of those young leading groups that believed that you could actually develop antivirals. Believe it or not, that was still questionable at that time because viruses replicate in cells, et cetera, et cetera. And so I found myself in '85 on the other side of a phone call of Eric, who said, Rudy, please come to the lab. I was doing some work on some vaccine research at GSK as part of my doctorate work. And he says, listen, there is somebody here who brought the virus from Paris, from another Pasteur Institute, the group of Luc Montagnier. And why don't you start to work with it? And I said, yes. Why not? Now, HIV hadn't reached its global it's not that famous at that time, but many people knew it was a bit a new virus, a bit dangerous. And I said, sure. And here's maybe my first lesson. I personally went into science because I wanted to be at the front line of things, you know, to push borders. And the idea that I could change, I was working on some retroviruses, it's called cancer in mice, which, you know, may be academically interesting, but working on something new was what was driving me. So I jumped on the occasion. I started developing the first tools. And so how do you go about finding anti-HIV drugs? Well, the first thing is you have to build a laboratory model that represents as good as possible what any compound that you would discover would do in patients. So since HIV targeted CD4 cells, I looked at dozens of CD4 cell lines and started to discover things, including in '98, I discovered in a library of a Czech professor the first phosphonates. That may say much to lots of people, but this is the compound or the series that led to the Gilead, or that were actually the compounds that Gilead successfully developed later on. Then in 1990, in a fantastic collaboration with the late Dr. Paul Janssen, which for many years became really an inspiring mentor, we discovered the first non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitor. And here are some first lessons. So this was published, as I said, in 1990. It was a new category of compound, incredibly potent, nanomolar potency. And then J&J Janssen took it into the clinic, and I was really believing that this was going to work. But after a month, remember, in the early 90s, we didn't have viral load technology yet. Nothing seemed to happen. And that was a very important other lesson, is you have to continuously asking the deeper questions. So turned out, after some research, that the virus had developed resistance. And this is the direct reason why I've set up Tibotec, because I noticed that resistance was not as binary as many people thought. You were either resistant to a drug or not. And I reasoned that we had to do two things, is develop better predictive models, and that including doing a really deep dive in HIV drug resistance. And secondly, is to do it at scale. The word scaling is coming up. It's a very, very important aspect of our work, because if you can't execute on an idea, you need to have scale. And so Tibotec was essentially founded with two foundations. One, how can we build better models for treating HIV patients? And secondly, how can we do it at scale? And that included, and I'll finish that part of the story. We would essentially try to get patient relative information. So we set up a sequencing lab in the UK. We actually sequenced even before the names Illumina and nanopore sequencing even existed. We sequenced with ABI sequencing technology more than 500,000 different HIV protease and reverse transcriptase genes. This was practically 30 years ago. And secondly, using a recombinant virus assay technology, we kind of created hybrid viruses, partially patient-derived targets like protease and reverse transcriptase, and then created a phenotypic database. So we created more than 120,000 recombinant viruses, and it's based on that science and insights that we realized that we needed to discover new compounds. And as you know, the rest is history. So with Tibotec, every phase 1 compound that we selected reached the market, and one of them is, for instance, Prezista. Prezista is now commercialized by J&J, and is one of the most prescribed HIV protease inhibitor. So that was essentially the start of Tibotec, and of course, a number of principles we may come back to later in the discussion is how important is, let's say, the strategy, the vision, but also the execution, and especially the tools. Is maybe something, Amadou, that got a little bit lost in translation, but if you would visit a pharma company or even an institute like Pasteur 30, 40 years ago, somewhere in the basement, you would actually find people who were developing the tools. And in that sense, I often think about famous Maslow, which many of you may know from the pyramid, very relevant, recovery of basics of the pyramid, if you want civilization and humanity to thrive. But another quote of Maslow is, I think, very pertinent in innovation. And that is, if the only tool you own is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And so at some point, when I'm going to try to retire, I may write a few things on this. But I think the success of Tibotec and these compounds, and then also Verco, Verco was the first diagnostic company trying to help physicians navigate through the treatment selection, because most younger people wouldn't realize that, but in those days, you had an HIV drug, but that worked for a couple of months, and then you had to change to something else and maybe combine them. But there was no data-driven approach, no measurement approach to guide the physician on how to treat the patients. So we developed genotypic and phenotypic resistance. But it's those tools which really advance a field. So it's not only what maybe young scientists often think, it's like that scientific breakthrough. It's packaging that, combining that with the right tools, and to make an impact. And my choice to leave academic at some point, I would return a little bit later, maybe we come back to that, but was the true nature of innovation is to turn an idea, a concept, the way you address a need, into real products. And for me, that felt very exciting. Not just publish on something, as important that also is and remains. The passion you feel when you're working with your team and you see actually a drug on the market and making an impact in patients, and the same for diagnostics, is an incredibly rewarding experience. And that's maybe to conclude this session. It's innovation is turning ideas and breakthroughs into real thing. Innovation is a verb. It's not just a concept. It's a verb. It requires action, sweat, disappointments, resilience, but that's very important.
Already, this story is really great and show very much a fantastic venture with this company, and that have hugely impacted the life of HIV people, because some of those drugs have been very, very important to change the life of patients, but also the curve on HIV actually epidemic. So beyond HIV drug, I know that you create companies for diagnostics. And one of them that is known and that has been also an opportunity how we work together was named IDEAL. Moving from drug to diagnostics, could you tell us what has been the driver and how you create this company?
No, that's an interesting one, and I'll try to condense it as much as can because I could talk hours about this. Um, Actually, my first journey into diagnostics, as I just mentioned, was 𝐕RCO, which we created in '95, and which was a centralized lab model. The technology to do sequencing and phenotypic characterization was rather complex. It's just the way it is. So the only model was to bring samples to a central point. And I saw the strength of it, but also the weakness. Again, this scaled very, very difficultly. Now, the Tibotec story would get into a new phase when in 2001, unfortunately, 9/11 happened, and it was impossible to finance such a large endeavor, and with the classical means. So we joined the Johnson & Johnson group, and I became responsible at J&J for anti-infective research. And one of the other crises that hit, as you may remember, all in 2003 was SARS, which actually few people realized was really a close call. And at that time, we started developing a research line around anti-SARS agents. Unfortunately, that was stopped after SARS was gone away. Another maybe observation that in large organizations, the reality of corporations is often that you can only work on problems, and if the problem is not there, then you should not work on it. We all both know, Amadou, from recent outbreaks, that may be a very dangerous proposition. But anyway, it became clear that once you move into the realm of respiratory infections, that diagnostics is not just useful, it's absolutely essential. It's like a twin proposition. You have to be very fast to identify which of the many respiratory pathogens, viral, bacterial, it is. And it's at that time that I started to realize, wait a minute, the model of bringing samples to a lab works when that lab is not too far away and when the technologies you use don't take too long. And when I talk to my colleagues, I say, we have to reinvent things. What we have to do is try to bring a new type of lab closer to the patients, which many of you now know as this point of care, point of need value proposition. And I decided to leave J&J and return back to academia. This time I went to EPFL in Switzerland, because it's obvious that you just can't put a big lab next to every primary care office. So the future was miniaturization. It still is. And so I spent 3 years micro and nanotechnology trying to understand how I could miniaturize things. And that kind of incubation phase, and especially exposure to the revolutions in microelectronics, led me to set up Biocartis. And IDEAL was essentially a lab in a box. It was a disposable cartridge, and it allowed to do multiplex PCR very fast. I learned from that experience, which was very interesting, because coming out of pharma, moving into diagnostics, that the challenge of diagnostics is technology is incredibly complex. People don't realize it. It also takes several hundreds of millions to really build out a new platform. And when I say platform, it's for me key. We're not going to go anywhere in diagnostics if we don't have more really industrial scale platforms, because otherwise we go from crisis to crisis and we won't get there. But the second problem, which was not scientific, not scaling up, it was the value perception of diagnostics, which again, I saw more recently when I had the honor to co-chair one of the global response group during the COVID crisis, is that diagnostics is perceived as a cost, and so the pricing is lower. That's why you have fewer players in there. So the 𝐤𝐤𝐳 system was well, it was a very complex technology which we're able to produce at scale. It's very much used in cancer right now, but taught me a lot of lessons on the opportunities, but also the challenges on diagnostics.
Thank you very much, Rudy, for this enlightening when it comes to all this diagnostic and how you build a company. You mentioned access, bringing the lab to the patient. And in this regard, you came during the Ebola outbreak with this idea of a mobile lab, which was something interesting, and how we start collaborating with the foundation that you started at that time, Presence. So could you tell us about how you end up building this mobile lab in 2014?
Well, that's an excellent question, because it also illustrates, Amadou, that innovation uh, just doesn't happen in isolation. It's not like you wake up one morning and say, okay, what shall I invent today? Maybe today I'm going to make a lab even not just small, but mobile. No, they sometimes say that necessity is the mother of invention. Well, this is a nice example, and actually, I have to thank my friend, longtime friend Peter, for that. Because I remember somewhere in the summer of 2014, Peter gave me a call and says, Rudy, I think we've kind of underestimated this Ebola outbreak in Western Africa. It's for the first time in multiple countries. I know you're working on some diagnostics. Can you not do something about it? Now, if Peter calls you like that, you take you take that seriously. So with one of my best team members at Barcardis, we kind of did a crash development. In fact, in about 2 months, we built an Ebola test on the 𝐤𝐤𝐳 platform. And I was fortunate, thanks to my other friend, Paul Stoffels, who also got a call from Peter, but then he had to work on the vaccine. So we both went to Sierra Leone in early 2015. And it's one of those trips that changes you forever. I mean, seeing an outbreak in the front line, the suffering of the people, many people doing a great efforts. I remember a visit to one of the medical centers, and I saw all these people behind the glass, and I was asking, what are they doing there? They say, well, these are all suspect Ebola patients. And I say, why are they here? Well, we have to wait for the results, PCR results. I say, but this takes 2 to 3 days, they told me. So, and of course, you can imagine half of them were not infected with Ebola, been together, and then traveling through the country. And on the way back, flying over the Sahara Desert, I could not get a sleep, and I started literally, this is true, on a napkin to say, well, but I know what we can do with 𝐤𝐤𝐳, with PCR. We just have to get there faster, because in any outbreak, you fight two enemies, the pathogen and time. So time is absolutely of the essence. So I started to think, well, somebody must have mobile apps. But it turned out that what people call mobile apps are mostly either big containers, which are not that mobile in reality, and secondly, tents and inflatable things. And I remember talking to my son, Stephen, who is an economics engineer, but also fascinated by 4x4 vehicles. And he says, Dad, yeah, that would be a great idea. Maybe one day you have to do it. So, but then it's the execution phase. So I actually, since nobody wanted to finance this, I actually took a little bit of my of the money and actually built one. And Stephen O'Reilly came to you, I came to you, and yeah, as they say, the rest is history. We drove 10,000 kilometers, also to show, which is also something that I've encountered in those last 40 years. The dogmatic thinking, the stereotypes, the cliches. Oh, this is too complex. Will never work. Will break down. That's fine in science fiction movies, but and I think together with many of your colleagues, we took the risk, but we executed. We showed that it worked. You know, the outbreaks you and your team have dealt with. And so this is another example where this is not curiosity, but this is need. You observe a problem, and then you think, well, if there is no tool to solve that problem, then maybe I have to develop that tool, and to demonstrate the principle. And we hoped that this then inspires other groups to say, well, if that is possible, then maybe that's an opportunity. And so the mobile app concept, which of course we're now in third generation, and you have such a vehicle, is not replacing everything, but it finds its place in the tool set that we need to have to do surveillance, to be fast there, to be energy independent, to also be safe, because Amadou and your team, you're also in the front lines of many of these outbreaks, and this is not shown on television, but the conditions in which these technicians and younger scientists have to do their work is often extremely demanding, if not dangerous. So that was all. I've worked myself 10 years in a biosafety level 3 lab, so I know what precautions you have to take. And so I think this is exciting, that you can bring technology, package it in a form factor that can make an impact. Very important innovation. Innovation is of course the idea, the execution, getting a real product, but not just any product. The product has to make an impact. And that's why in many of our research, you remember, we said from the beginning, when we do this, we have to have measurements of what is the impact we are making, because otherwise it doesn't become sustainable.
Okay. No, fantastic, Rudy. And I know that after this pharma, biology, biotech place, you also decided to move to agriculture, because I have the pleasure to recently visit you in your place with your new ideas about agriculture. Could you just briefly tell us, how do you move from one area to another? And what are the principles that help you to be so successful? The agriculture, as well as how you are so prolific, and what are the main ingredients and recipes, if I may say, that would help and that would probably inspire our young innovation today.
Yeah. It's actually the first time I got that question. Very few people know about it. But my late father was an agriculture engineer. On my mother's side, it goes back 5 centuries of farming. And until the age of 18, I had the pleasure, but also the suffering in cold and warm weather to be working on the food cultivation plantation of my father and my grandfather. But then I decided, as you know, to move into more life science and the more the medical field. The reason why I returned it, there was a bit of a feeling you get in the later years of your life to close circles, to reconnect with who you are and where you come from. And so I felt at some point after the Biocartis episode that I needed to refresh my mind to get new inspiration. So there was this bit of family tradition. The second thing was that I noticed in my own body, because I was pretty tired after many of these endeavors, that as I changed my food pattern, I started to realize myself how big influence what you eat impacts your health. And so I started to looking for crops that could help me. I won't go into all the details on the rationale, but this was the second element of the innovation. And I lived in southern Spain, Andalusia, where of course there's huge problems of water and climate change. Unfortunately, you've seen these Dana disasters a few weeks ago, and that's another thing to come back on innovation, is that a challenge, if you look at it, it can be an opportunity. And I want to introduce here something that is more talked about right now, and that is first principle thinking. So when you look at a problem, I noticed throughout the decades that many people only see the first level of that problem. There is resistance. So once you're resistant to a virus, that's it. Then you have to move to another target. There is too little water, then that's a problem. So we have to stop agriculture. So if you go to first principle and say, hey, but wait a minute, there is still 400 millimeters of water falling per year. Where is that water actually going? Then you realize that very few attempts are made to actually collect the water that is falling, unfortunately, at some points in large quantities. So the agriculture project was for me a kind of living laboratory experience to apply some of the things I've done in other fields and then apply it to agriculture. So that was the third reason. And the fourth reason, and now I'm getting closer back to my true passion, pharmaceuticals. I didn't realize that so much in my younger years, but now after understanding more molecular biology and all the evolutions and how life actually works, and I'm not the first one to say this, but plants are the ultimate factories. They're just incredible. If you see how just a piece of code can turn from a little seed all the way to plants and products and this whole array of products, it's actually a factory. And as you know, there is some interest in certain fields to use plants as manufacturing entities for even vaccines or other interesting molecules. So I could not resist. And on my small farm, I also built a laboratory where actually in a few months the first research students can come, and I hope that this high-tech agro project in South Spain becomes an inspiration for other farmers, for local authorities to say, just don't stop agriculture, but reinvent, analyze the way to do it. And I hope in the future, people after us will use some of the plants. I also have an indoor farm there, so to do it. So for me, it was a way to apply principles to real problems. I think fundamentally, if you would read the FAO reports, the real challenge is also absolutely food production. So to feed the population in the coming decades, we practically have to increase food productions by 70 to 80%. And that in the context of climate change, too little water, most of the good agricultural land has been taken. You can practically can't grow anything unless you have the right fertilizers. So this also requires a lot of innovation and reinvention. And my fundamental belief, Amadou, as you travel and as you look around and you see energy and food and diseases and outbreaks, I've come to the conclusion that honestly, I think pretty much everything that's out there can be addressed with the right technology or will be addressed shortly. We will maybe end with talking a little bit of artificial intelligence and some newer tech tools that are emerging. But ultimately, I'm very optimistic because I don't see any fundamental physical principle, engineering principle, why many of those problems that today occupy our leaders and most of our and humanity cannot be solved. But we have to change our mindset. We have to think first principles. We have to think longer term. Most people they say they innovate, but they just incrementally change something and then you call it innovation. That's not innovation. Innovation means you do things in a fundamentally different way that is better, sustainable, more affordable, more scalable. And so that mindset extends way beyond, let's say, the circle of happy innovators or people who follow their passion. It's a general principle. It's that long-term roadmap thinking that dream that is very important.
Fantastic, Rudy. I love the boldness of the idea. That's why I want to end our discussion with Africa. And I would put two questions into one. What's your vision, what you think in terms of opportunity for innovation in Africa? And what would you recommend to a young African innovation that is watching us?
Africa, and more importantly, Africans, I've come to learn, and I feel very privileged, thanks to you and many of your colleagues. And I had to change my idea. Like many people have their stereotypes around certain things, but it was only by traveling through your lands, being with your people, and that's the first thing I want to say. And it's important. I don't say this to you because you know this, but people outside who haven't had that fortune or opportunity to do that, it has incredibly opportunity. It has resources, it has people, and not just people. The people I had the fortune with were driven, they were going the extra mile. They were incredibly clever. I will never forget certain anecdotes, like a young man somewhere in Sierra Leone during the middle of the Ebola crisis, who took my sleeve and said, "Sir, I see that you're interested in things. Can I show you my little application?" I can tell you that app that young man has probably put together. This was a few years ago. Was much better than anything I'd seen. So the first thing that I think, also the leaders of African continents, I can't encourage enough. Just talk to your own brilliant, motivating people who are working in Africa, many of them working abroad. Just listen to them. The energy is there. Of course, they can't do that alone. And so it's nice to say innovate, but they have to be supported. And this is what we try to do in a small way, is share, because we have been more fortunate sometimes to have education or to have the means to study. So I think we have to jointly work. Pasteur vaccine initiative is a nice example. Not just tell or give things, but actually learn to fish, learn to develop, learn to make things, whether these are vaccines, whether diagnostics. So I see the first initiatives emerging. So this is an opportunity for young scientists to be in a center where innovation happens. I think that intrinsically there's a part of the population that by genetics, by the random genetic distribution, are very curious, because this is the basis of humanity. We wouldn't get here if a number of us in the past generations were not curious to look for another pasture, to look for new hunting grounds, to develop new tools. This hasn't stopped, this is continuing. And so, but now with the new tools, I think study artificial intelligence, learn about the new tools, which they're already doing, and then be curious. Don't give up, and don't think, because that was also a hurdle I had to go over in the beginning. When you're young and you have this big dream, there is a lot in your environment that will say it will never work. That's too ambitious. You can't do that. Pharma companies, setting up pharma companies, that was something for 30 years ago. You can't do that anymore. So it's breaking your own barrier is often the first step you have to go. And then you have to create a mindset, or you have to be in a mindset that is, I will do anything I can to get there. And maybe it's a little bit like in this background. Many people who worked with me over the decades know this little quote that was hanging above my door, and I've shown it to you recently. Be bold, dream big, shoot for the moon. make an effort, execute, and don't worry. If it fails, at least you've tried and you'll land among the stars.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very great conclusion for our discussion. Thank you, Rudy, for dedicating this time today to our Innovation Day. Thank you.
It's my pleasure, and if all goes well, tomorrow I will be there among you, and hopefully talk to many of you. But once more, congratulations. You're in the front line of African innovation. I can't say enough, and I say this with, truly from my heart. It is amazing what your collaborators and yourself have done, because you never walk alone. We both know that. It always requires a team, a passion, which is very important in being successful. So I wish the coming 100 years enormous things, and a copying of that model, an inspiration of this model for other countries. And I think with some new tools, which I'm not saying are around the corner, they already made the corner. I think we're going to see technological changes very few would believe today. So I'm very optimistic of the future, but we have to all keep pushing. So thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Rudy. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good morning, Rudy Pauwels.
Thank you. Inspiring conversation with Dr. Pauwels, and I hope that he'll be able to arrive before the end of the week. And there are key words that I heard him say. It's innovation is quite challenging, but he ended up saying that you can't give up, you have to dream big, and you have to be bold. And that's why we're going to talk about innovation and entrepreneurship perspective on new models incubated and scaled in Africa. Quite a few challenges. I'm pretty sure that the panelists will talk about it. But Dr. Pauwels reminded us that Africa is a land of opportunities and that people are very driven. They have a lot of energy. So that's a good thing. I would like to welcome Dr. Prashant Yadav, who's going to be the moderator, Gregory Roxon, CEO of MPharma, Mohamed Ndoye, CEO of Tanel Health, and Tijan Dem, General Manager of Partech Africa. Please. Is Tijan around? Haven't seen him. Haven't seen it. So I just want to remind that Gregory Roxon has over 10 years of experience in the health tech sector. He's passionate about transforming community pharmacies into primary health care providers in Africa. Mohamed Ndoye, who was born and raised in New York, is the co-founder and CEO of Tanel. Tanel is a digital health insurance company based in Senegal. So he moved back in 2020 to launch an in-home primary care service dedicated to support family members of the African diaspora. And the big star, of course, Dr. Prashant. I think Tijan will join the conversation, but we can start. But Dr. Yadav, who's a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and an affiliate professor of technology and operations manager at INSEAD. You have the floor. You have an hour for the conversation, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience. So you all have 1 hour altogether. All right.
You. I want to start by reminding us that innovation here at the Pasteur Institute in Dakar is something we've got to ask with a wider angle lens than we may have traditionally thought coming in. A lot of people, my first association and my first connections with the Pasteur Institute here were with the lens that, oh, they innovate upstream. They think about biomedical innovation. They think about public health surveillance innovation. But over time, if you look at their journey over the last 100 years, you realize they are innovating in many other ways. As I interacted with many of the colleagues here, I realized they are internally innovating on how to make a lab more decentralized, how to innovatively do community surveillance, how to build a new business model for new kinds of diagnostics, right? So there is widespread innovation across the institute here, which is worth celebrating. This is an opportune moment for us to celebrate that. Why are we here talking about this session? I'll come into that. I'm a professor and I spend most of my career thinking about innovating on how to get products to patients. Once the innovation has happened, how do we get products to patients? But on doing so, I realized it's not sufficient to just think about getting products to patients. It's also important to think about how will patients pay for it? How will information get to them? How will service delivery happen? So that has become my own personal journey. I think we need to, I hear a background noise. I don't know if it bothers anyone else. I want to ask, why do we come here at the Pasteur Institute for innovators and entrepreneurs who are solving healthcare problems in Africa, African entrepreneurs? Rudy said this, it takes a lot of perseverance to be an innovator, even more so to be an innovator in the healthcare sector, and even more so to be one serving markets in Africa. So people who are innovators, whether in a big sense, in a small sense, in a startup sense, within an institution, within a life sciences company, are having to go through a real test of their patience and perseverance. In many cultures across the world, we have a tradition that for holidays or in moments when we want to connect, we go to our families, we go to the hometown. For entrepreneurs, there has to be a place which they call as hometown. That should be their annual visit where they can ask about their common frustrations. They have people around them who will celebrate their successes, not judge them for their failures, give them a chance to say, we are all family. When we talk about African health tech innovators and entrepreneurs, we often talk about there's lack of capital, they need mentorship, they need a business model sustainability. To me, those are trivial things. Clever people solve them. They find a way to solve for those bottlenecks. But what we want is for a place for them to come and say, I will get inspired here. I will talk to people who are like me here, who I can say openly and candidly what I'm going through. So my hope is, and this is what excites me, that at the care center here at IPD, we create a structure where annually health tech innovators come together and call this their home for the holidays, where they can come and share candidly what their challenges are, celebrate their successes together. And if they at some point say, we have common things we want to address, that could be solved. So that's why I get excited about entrepreneurship here at the Pasteur Institute in Dakar. We have a panel that consists of 3 panelists, carefully selected and curated. The first one focuses on how to get new health technology, new and more established health technology to patients through a large pharmacy network. The second focuses on how to make the payment model work. Unless we have patients who are able to pay using insurance or other tools, some of what we are describing may not work. And a third is someone needs to invest in those companies. Unless there is money to invest, we can't see entrepreneurship flourish, scale, and sustain. So that's the way we've curated this panel. We have 3 panelists, each of them represent one part of this. And the sequence I'm going to use is to start with Gregory Roxon, who's the founder and CEO of MPharma. Each of the panelists, in describing their journey, will use some visuals and images so that it's a little bit more vivid to all of us versus them telling us their story. It's always good to hear their story, like we heard from Rudy earlier. So, and then we'll come to Mohammed Ndoye, who will tell us about Tanel Health, and then we'll go to Jian Dim, who will tell us about investing in companies and what it takes. So let's start with Gregory. Gregory Roxon, welcome. Tell us about MPharma, what you've done, your journey, and we'll bring up your slides.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Good to see you again. We began our MPharma journey about 10 years ago, actually. It's interesting. It's 100 years with IPD, and it's 10 years for me. So I hope to live to reach a 100-year anniversary, whether I'm alive or I have something that takes over from me across that journey. But our vision at MPharma was simple. We know that to build a health system that works for everyone, we need to start by strengthening primary health care. Most often, when governments think about how do we strengthen our health system, the focus is, do we build new hospitals? Because you win elections if you can point to a new big hospital that you built. But we all know that for most Africans, we don't start our care journey in a hospital. When you wake up not feeling well, with that sore throat, with that headache, with that fever, you walk to your local pharmacist. You tell them what is wrong with you. And then they tell you, based on what you told me, these are the medications that you should take to feel better. And you actually only go to the hospital if after you follow that treatment course, it still doesn't work. That's when you go see a doctor. And so self-medication is the primary mode of primary care for most Africans, because there's a financial reason to that as well. If you go to that pharmacist, you don't pay for the advice they give you. You only pay for the medicine. Whilst if you go to the hospital, you have to pay for the doctor's advice, and then you also have to pay for the medicine, right? And if I have limited funds, I need to decide where I spend that money from. And so at MPharma, we ask ourselves a simple question. If people already trust the local pharmacist, how do we actually help them deliver primary care better? How do we reimagine the community pharmacy, not as a retail outlet, but actually as a primary care provider? To do that, we realized that there were three core things that we had to enable. The first was we had to reimagine the software architecture. If you think of pharmacy as retail, then the core process enabler is point of sale. But if you think of pharmacy as a primary care provider, then the core process enabler is patient management. How do you actually build detailed patient records that allows us to create new care pathways using that data? If someone comes in to buy a diabetic medication, I should be able to ask them if they've checked their blood glucose. And if they've not checked it, I should be able to check it for them and record that data. So if they come the following month to refill that diabetic medication, I can check again and I can let them know, from what I checked last month, are you improving? Right? And I can use that to create new care pathways for them. So that was the first thing. The second thing was we had to also then ask ourselves, how do we make the supply chain work for that pharmacy, so that when patients come to that pharmacy, whatever medication they need is available for them to pick. And then finally, we know that primary care goes beyond just dispensing medicines. It requires an integrated care team that consists of a physician, a nurse, and the pharmacist. How can we enable that local pharmacy to expand their workforce so that they can actually go beyond self-medication to manage care? And so with sort of this sort of three core priorities, we built what today is known as Pharmacy First Primary Care, whereby we are investing in community pharmacies across the continent, transforming them into primary healthcare centers, and ensuring that the local pharmacy now becomes my local doctor. So today we work across 7 African countries. We manage a network of over 400 pharmacies across Francophone West Africa, English-speaking West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa. Every year, we provide primary care to over 2 million patients across the continent. And yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about all the challenges. I like talking about challenges more than successes, because I think we learn more from where we fail than where we succeed. Yeah.
Thank you, Gregory. Now, I have known and seen MPharma and Gregory's work from the very start 10 years ago. And one of the things I do is every time I am in a different country, if I see one of the MPharma multi pharmacies, I walk inside and I call Gregory or message him saying, what is the new thing that I can see in this one as compared to all the other ones I've seen? And invariably, there is something new that each of the pharmacies in their network is doing, which is not even innovation that Gregory and his innovation team are driving. That's the pharmacist there who's saying, my market, my local customer works like this. Here is how I'm going to innovate. And then they bring it back, and some of them get transferred to other pharmacies. So super exciting. I encourage you to look up MPharma, visit their pharmacies if you are in a country where they operate, including, I believe, here in Senegal. Let's go to Mohammed. Mohammed, without patients being able to pay, any new health tech innovation we create, any even delivery model we create is not sustainable. When we think about payment models, we often think, oh, the government, the Ministry of Health will pay, but we know that's not the only approach. So tell us more. What was the realization for you in starting Tanel Health, and where are you in this journey? And if there are visuals, we'd like to bring them up.
Sure, sure. Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me. My name is Mohammed Noy, co-founder and CEO of Tanel Health. As mentioned, I was born and raised in New York City. So in 2020, it was COVID. I had co-founded a Senegalese American professional network, and because it was COVID, we would have weekly meetings just to meet with members across the country. And the common theme was people were worried about their family in Senegal, and the key worry was healthcare. So I thought, why not move to Senegal and start Tanel? And initially, it was in-home primary care. And the idea there was the people in the diaspora would be able to pay for their family's health expenses in Senegal. So I hired a doctor and a nurse, and we would go to people's homes. And the division was in-home primary care. Uh, very quickly, we realized that we were building a car where roads didn't exist, and that there wasn't infrastructure for healthcare. So when it was time to prescribe medication, or it was time to send the patient to a specialist, for example, there wasn't infrastructure. So you had to write everything down. A few weeks later, you'd follow up with the patient, and they would say, "I lost the prescription," or "I lost the referral." So we started a question and say, why not start building the roads before we build the car? So we started to look around, and similar, I would say, to Gregory, and it's not even because he's here. We looked at the MPharma model quite a bit, and realized that pharmacies were the epicenter of healthcare in Africa, because as Gregory said, when you're sick, you're going to a pharmacy because just in terms of availability. If you look at, for example, the average primary clinic, they're open probably from 10 to 4 in the afternoon, but the pharmacy is open from 8 to 11 at night. So just look at the person that's going to work. They're coming off from work, they're going to the pharmacy. Um, so we decided to build for pharmacies, and the thinking there was build software so that pharmacies can manage themselves, and then we can use that as like the Trojan horse to build across. So we did. We built pharmacy management software, and that's what pharmacies were using to manage their stock, to manage their sales, and everything was in real time. As we were building for that, we realized that there was a huge problem that pharmacies were dealing with, and that was claims. So in insurance, health insurance, it's very much paper based in Africa. So, for example, in Senegal, if you wanted to go to the hospital today and you have health insurance, you would literally have to go to the insurance company's office to get a paper claim, then go to the hospital. So, us having built software for the pharmacy, we thought, why not build for the insurance companies as well? So we did that. First thing we built was to enable them to see the claims that were coming from the pharmacy. So when a pharmacy would make a sale, we would leverage that data and turn it into a claim. So there was no additional work for the pharmacy, and they would be able to see that. As we were building the software for insurance companies, we then would go to insurance companies and present. And we realized that there were two types of insurance companies. Those were the traditional players, where they sold insurance, quote unquote, but it's less than 2% of their revenue, so it wasn't really a focus for them. Or you had HMOs, where these are fully focused health insurance companies, but they're very small. So typically they manage less than 1,000 lives, and they're owned by some person that's about to retire in a few years. We need to go present and share our software, and for both of those parties, they would say, "Well, this is interesting. We really like what you're doing." My co-founder and I would think, "Oh yeah, tomorrow they're going to sign the contract, and we're on our way." We'd call the next day, and they'd say, "The guy that's supposed to decide is on vacation." Uh, we'd come back a week later, and they'd say, "You know what? We're still thinking about it." So we sat one day and just out of frustration said, why not become an insurance company ourselves? So that's what we did. And we launched Tanel. And today we're a group health insurance company. So we work with employers seeking health insurance for their employees. And it's going well. We're in the informal sector as well as the formal. So for example, there's no visuals, but we recently signed a partnership with 𝐤'𝐬𝐧𝐿. 𝐤'𝐬𝐧𝐿 is the largest drive sharing platform in Senegal, in West Africa, for the drivers to get access to health insurance. So it's been a journey. If I were to sum up our entire journey, I think stumbling is the best word. Is that we stumbled into what we're doing today. But yeah, it's been a fun experience.
Fantastic, Mohammed. I think one common theme we see from both is innovators who are in the entrepreneurial ecosystem are used to short feedback loops. They see what's working, not working, they go back and change things. That's not always a key strength of the healthcare sector. Outside of the innovators and entrepreneurs, many of the institutions in the healthcare ecosystem don't have short feedback loops. Their feedback loops are, in fact, very long. It takes, like you described, quite a period of time. And there are some unique institutions that are large and have innovators inside them who are trying to change that as well with technology, which we hold immense respect for. But I think we've got to ask the question, where do we innovate within the large systems and structures of the healthcare ecosystem, and where do we create a new entrepreneurial model, and how do we systematically bring these together? With that, I want to go to 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬 Dem, who's the general partner for Partech Africa. Welcome. And 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬, I'm not sure everyone knows Partech, so I would say if you could start by telling us about Partech Africa, and in particular, a little bit about your health portfolio or health innovation portfolio.
Thanks for having me. Let's center this conversation around these innovators. So I won't talk a lot about Partech, only to say Partech Africa is a fund dedicated to investing in technological innovation in Africa, in tech startups in Africa. We have raised about $400 million to invest in tech startups. Our second fund is about $300 million, and we've invested in about 23 startups across Africa, across 10 countries in Africa so far. I'll tell this is that when you look around across all economic sectors, including health, of course, innovators like these two gentlemen are trying to apply technology to either expand the footprint of these economies or make them work better, and require a certain type of investors, which is investors with an appetite for risk, investors who can be supportive advisors when they go through this crazy journey. Because if you dig in deep, both of these guys are going through a crazy journey from when you probably met them with 2 people in their team to the day they have 250 people, they're operating in 10 countries. It is something really extraordinary they do. And I talk about this from the perspective of having tried and failed at doing it. So having immense respect for what they're doing. And so capital that can support them in this journey and that can absorb the risk, the reality that a lot of them will fail, but the successful one will really be worth the investment. And that's what we're about. We've invested in 23 companies, I was saying. Our thesis initially was that technology was going to go into foundational sectors of the economy, digitize them, and help build on top. What we identified back then as that foundational infrastructure was, of course, financial services, was, of course, logistics, was, of course, mobility, healthcare, education, agriculture. We've been doing this for 8 years and reporting on it for about 8 years. we're happy to see the sector's grown a lot in the sense that when we first did research in this space in 2016, the whole African tech space was raising about $120 million every year. We made bold predictions to our investors. We told them this continent is going to boom. Everything is going to go much faster than you think. And by 2021, the African tech startups will raise $1 billion. In 2021, the space raised $5 billion. In 2022, it was 6. We went into a bit of a crisis. We are down to 3 billion. So it's just 30 times larger than it was 8 years ago. And in this duration, out of these foundational sectors we identified, of course, fintech worked well. Half of the startups are in fintech. Commerce in the logistics part has received a lot of investment, is not working yet. I'm sorry if there is any e-commerce person in the room. Agri-tech and agriculture and education are big frustration. There's little to no investment in this space in tech. Healthcare is holding the flag, to be honest. About 10% of these investment every year go into health tech startups like these two gentlemen. That amounts to, I don't know, last year, about $200 million in equity and $100 million in debt. For our part, we've invested in one that we can claim is truly in this space, and that's very close to what Tanel is doing, called Reliance. I'm talking too much, but just a quick anecdote about meeting these innovators in healthcare who all tell you the same story. We want to make healthcare affordable and accessible to everybody in Africa. The way they go to doing this is very diverse. You know, Greg is telling you about delivering pharmacy, but Mohammed is telling you about how he found out that it was about helping people pay. Insurance is still only less than 3% penetration on the continent, and the real struggle is how people pay. But when you look into this model, when you dig deeper, what Greg is doing, what Mohammed is doing, is applying technology to build better operational efficiency within these businesses, because that's how you make them affordable, because that's how you make them accessible to everybody. That's what Reliance is doing. That's what MPharma is doing. That's what Mohammed is doing. And we're enjoying being passengers on their cars.
Thank you, Tidjane. So one follow-up question, I'll come back to you and give you the time to reflect, is what needs to happen for health tech to become like fintech? Like, what will be our marquee umbrellas, or I don't know which ones you call as marquee in fintech, so that everyone says, this is a sector where if you put some money, you achieve huge impact and get some return. We can debate about whether it's market return, quasi-market return, but some return and huge impact. What's stopping us from getting there in health tech? I will come back to you with that. First thing I'm going to ask is if there is a way to bring up the visuals, and if yes, then we'll go to the visuals for MPharma and Greg first. While they bring them up, Greg, I'm not myself a skeptic of your work, but for a few minutes, I'm going to pose like being a skeptic. So I'm going to ask you questions which people who in the investment committees or in government ask when we go and champion you to the leaders, whether in finance or in the health sectors or the ministries of health. The first to Gregory is excellent model. It works for pharmacies. It's beautiful. It gets, you know, the space is better organized. There's some semblance of primary care happening at the pharmacy, but it's only in the urban areas. It's only the somewhat higher affluent people. Population health, public health cares about entire swaths of population. Is your model working at those levels as well? How would you accelerate going to those markets? A similar question for you, Mohammed. Private health insurance, its premium, its affordability. Does it work for the entire population? What are you doing to make it affordable so that it becomes something for the masses. So Gregory first, and we also have your visuals coming up. If you want to use the time to describe what they are, I think people might benefit.
Well, actually, I love skeptics because I like proving them wrong. I think I'm probably one of the most um, I've been doing this for 10 years, and I think every year people have asked, told me how wrong I was, and every year I've showed them how wrong they are. And I think it comes from just really understanding that building value is a long journey. And it is easy to sit down and be a skeptic. It is easy to live in Excel spreadsheets. But a real battle is fought on the ground. And so, when people say that, I say, first and foremost, why are you telling me that? The government itself isn't doing that. So, like, if actually you think my model doesn't work, then why hasn't the government actually gone to fix the problem, right? Because they actually take taxpayers' money. They should fix that problem. It's their inability to fix that problem that is why we are doing the work that we are doing. And I think it's quite wrong to then ask a founder to say, why are you not solving the problem in the village? As if there are not poor people that live in urban areas, right? There are poor people that live in urban areas. How do you solve their problems as well? And so I remember 10 years ago, I had this conversation and I got that same feedback with one of these impact funds. And they said, but what about those that earn less than $1 a day? And I said, I will get to them. But it's like asking, when Google started, what about the people that don't have access to the internet? How would they use your search engine? Today, Google is everywhere, but you have to define your markets. Make sure you can build a profitable model serving that defined market. And then you can use the profits you generate from serving that defined markets to subsidize expansion into markets that will take longer to pay back. It's the reason why Google can lay fiber optics in Africa. Not because they make money doing that right now, but they take the enormous profits they earn serving developed markets and can take a 50-year view doing this. And I think that is the answer. I think you put too much pressure on African founders when right from the day one you ask them, how would this solution work for people living in the village? That is not what they should solve for today.
Thank you. Very, very salient. Again, I will remain a skeptic for a little bit longer, but yes, Mohammed.
I think it's interesting. So the average person is going to be sick 2 or 3 times a year. In Senegal, for example, the average salary is $100 a month. When you look at our pharmacy data, the average transaction is $10 at a pharmacy. So if someone is sick, they're spending 10% of their salary at a pharmacy. When we talk to investors and such, a lot of the feedback is always, are people interested in insurance? People are, but it's not priced well. And the reason why it's not priced well is that traditional insurers have actuaries, and the actuaries are based on either two things, either data or forecasting. If you're forecasting, you're trying to protect yourself, so you're adding some wiggle room just in case things don't work out. But if you have data, you can actually realize that you can price very well. A good example is 𝐤'𝐬𝐧𝐿, for example. When we reach out to 𝐤'𝐬𝐧, they're in the informal sector because these are drivers, they're driving around all day. The initial thought was that there wouldn't be much interest in it because drivers don't really care about health insurance and what have you. But the first day we went to go present to with the drivers, they signed up and they're very interested in it. So I think for a long time, the skeptics, if you will, um, the reason why they're skeptics is because there isn't data about what's happening in the markets. But when there's data, then it makes sense. But we were the ones that are willing to take the risk to go there and see that people want it because I don't know anyone in this room that if they were sick right now, they wouldn't pay $10 to go get treated. So the need is there, and we are getting into the rural area, for example, because people are getting sick there. People are needing to go have childbirth. People are getting surgery. So there is a need. But I would say, just as Greg said, to start with the immediate need and then build out eventually.
Thanks, Mohammed. I think this is also a reminder that successful entrepreneurs in health tech and innovators question assumptions with going back and looking at data, because we oftentimes make assumptions about things based on a prior we have in our mind. And we say, oh, the rural ones, they would be very poor, they can't pay. But sometimes when you test those assumptions, that's when you realize there is a business model in there. People actually are willing to pay because time to them matters far more than to someone who's an urban salaried employee and things of that nature, right? So that's a common trait. We'll go to 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬. My earlier question, if you have thoughts and reflections, how do we create a few more marquee things like we have in fintech so that the overall pot of capital opens up?
Yeah.
We have more inspiring Gregs and Mohammeds to bring to panels so that young innovators, I chair a group called Investing for Innovation in Africa, where we try and bring about 30 companies each year, which are in the health product delivery space. So can we have more who can then see an inspirational success? And when they sit with their friends and family, they can say, I'm not just alone fighting this. There are people in the health sector who've made it, and there are more names than just a few.
Thanks. I'll just comment a bit on the skepticism, because it's my job to be the skeptic in the room most of the time. It's an easy job. You're wrong. You're right 90% of the time if you say it's not going to work by virtue of what they're doing. But you have to be a skeptic on individual models and conversations, and you have to be an optimist about the long view and about the whole ecosystem. Because, and this is where the answer to your next question is, if you think about it, these people are coming into large underserved market. You're telling them people in the villages have issues. They're telling you somebody sitting here in the town is working as a driver or as a delivery person and also have needs that are very difficult to serve now. Their markets are extremely deep. And every time we do market sizing on any of our companies, there's no market sizing where you find something below $1 billion. They're all working on $1 billion opportunities. These markets are very, very fragmented all the time. It is how many people are running these very small businesses in this space who are working collectively in a very inefficient system can benefit from you coming and digitizing that space. This is your opportunity that you are usually building on. And when they do, when they bring on these platforms, whether it's on a pharmacy platform or because ultimately a health insurance is just a platform where you mutualize all of these small people holders, all of a sudden, something magic happens. Organization. You take in retail, millions of retailers, you bring them on a platform and the logistics now become easy to organize. You do it on mobility, you do it on healthcare. And when that organization happens, whole value chain benefits. First, these individual businesses have a better business. They have tools, their productivity increase, their costs decrease. These cost decrease are transferred back to the end users. So you grow the size of the pot. If you think about, for instance, what happened in this country in mobile money, we saw a challenger come and disrupt an incumbent. What people don't realize is the actual size of the market grew more than 10x. The incumbent didn't lose market share, market in absolute numbers. We created a much larger pot because you've made it more affordable. And so the customers benefit, but the market increases. These businesses then can build much larger businesses and their profits increase and the whole value chain benefits and government benefits. How will we get a champion then in this space? Scale is everything, right? As VCs do something strange, we invest in companies, expect them to grow about plus 200% every year. for the next 5 years. And it happens. Every single one of them does this. We will tell you typically these startups will do what we call 3-3-2-2, which is they multiply their business by 3, then by 3, then by 2, then by 2. So it's 25x. When I look at our portfolio, Series A companies, I found actually they do 50x in 5 years. So scale is where everything happens. As you build this scale, and again, these guys will tell you their first mission is to survive, not to die in those 5 years. You're growing very, very fast. Everything you've built as a model is breaking apart and you have to rebuild it. Their short feedback loop is about what the market is telling them, but also is about their internals and how they just disrupt it every year and they rebuild them every year. They do a restructuring every year. They rebuild the tech every year. And this requires something that we don't do often as businesses in traditional businesses is you're always looking at yourself about how you're operating and how you change it. So companies who can do this build a machine that is much more efficient every year. 5 years later, again, you have I don't know, $20-50 million annual revenue. It doesn't take getting to $50 million, in my opinion, to be called a large-scale success. What it takes is proving that you've built a path to $100 million business. We had one of our companies raise a ticket from General Atlantic in healthcare. GA came to us when these guys were doing less than $10 million. And they said, we've invested in this space everywhere in the world. We've looked at your guys and their numbers are better at this stage than anybody else. So they're not waiting for you. They didn't wait for these guys to reach their level. They saw a model that was significantly better than what they were seeing elsewhere. And they said, let's scale this one. Let's make him a winner. We need probably in healthcare our first unicorn, as you said. Actually, let's agree for a second that we've already had actually a big success story in healthcare that just the healthcare space is not owning. InstaDeep is an AI company from Africa that did a large, humongous exit this year. Everybody called it an AI exit. I call it a healthcare exit, right? They applied AI to drug discovery. So we've already had one, but we need this success story and we need to celebrate it because this is what will tell everybody else, innovators and investors, that there is a path to this exit. But I'll tell you, for me, a simpler, shorter path to believing in this space. As an investor, going around and pitching where we will make the returns in our fund. Every time we are asked, this question comes back a lot. Fintech is doing well. After fintech, what is the next space where we will see unicorns? And my answer is always, look at a space that is disrupting, look at people that are disrupting a space where there are already giants everywhere in the world. Where do you find the largest companies in the world? It is in the healthcare industry. So if I'm going to invest in a company, I want to invest in a company that I can sell to one of these big players in the world. And healthcare is really a very good space for that. You know that if it works out, somebody can buy you billions of dollars, because ultimately it's not how much the company is worth, it is, can you find a buyer for that value? And I believe there are people who can buy a healthcare company in Africa for billions of dollars. And this is why I will invest.
Thank you. Thank you, Tidjane. So here is what we're going to do. I have one more question to the two entrepreneurs here, and then we'll go to open up any questions that you all, questions, comments, critique, skepticism, war stories that you may have in the audience. While I go to this question, can we bring up the visuals for Tanel Health on the screens, please? Let's start with Greg. So impacting lives, or saving lives, as some people would call it, that part, I think people say you are achieving, you have 2 million patients, return to your financial investors. We are not as worried about it. Financial investors are. Hopefully, you've convinced them. You'll make it work. What about livelihoods? Right? Because from an economic development standpoint, people care about, is it creating more jobs? Is it creating better quality jobs? Is it giving people who work for you or your pharmacies better purpose in life? So tell us a little bit more about the livelihoods part of your business, and I'll come with the same to you, Mohammed.
Yeah. Thanks. And I'm going to tie to even the earlier point around the skeptics. You know, um, up until last year, 80% of our business was in Ghana and Nigeria. Obviously, we know what these two economies have gone through, which is a real big setback for us, not something we could control. So we made a decision that we would bring our franchising model to French-speaking West Africa. And the experts said it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work here. This model won't work. And I said, okay, your job is to say it wouldn't work, and my job as an entrepreneur is to prove that it would work. And so and it's about how we will do it. Most people would jump to go to Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal. We said, no, we'll start with a small markets to build our Frenchness. So we went to Togo and Benin. And in 10 months, we had built a business there doing $3 million run rate, profitable, cash flow positive in just 10 months. So again, that proves how skeptics can be wrong about something. But to your point, how did we get there? You know, one of the fundamental things I believe in is you cannot only focus on value creation. You need to focus on value capture. One of my advisors told me that when you see a gap in a market, make sure there is a market in the gap, because you can end up creating a lot of impact and not create any financial returns from that impact. And so we were very focused. Yes, in health services, build software and all that stuff. But if I think of what has made MPharma successful, is because of the focus on a business model that would not only work for us, but for our partners. And so when we started working on community pharmacies, the reason I focused on community pharmacies was that I also saw a business opportunity. One was that the pharmacists were trained in pharmacology, but they were not trained in business management. So, I mean, you see a typical pharmacy in Togo doing anywhere between $15,000 to $30,000 a month in revenue. That is great revenue for a single small business. But then we also saw the flip side of that. Most of them had hit that peak many years ago and then had declined. Why? Because they were not managing the pharmacies properly. They were not separating revenue from profits. They were spending every money that comes in. That meant they were not paying their suppliers, which meant the suppliers will blacklist them, and then they can no longer get inventory to serve patients. And so one of my first pharmacies in Benin was a pharmacy called Hochendi. You know, when we took on Hochendi, they were doing 8 million safer. 4 months later, we had grown the revenues to 18 million safer in just 4 months. And so the key thing we ask ourselves to drive, are we succeeding? It's a simple question. Is the pharmacy generating more profits with us than they were before us? If the answer is no, then there's no reason for us to be there. If the answer is yes, then we need to keep doing it. Because we believe that we need to make our model so irresistible that it becomes irresponsible for a pharmacy owner not to become a franchisee of MPharma. And so throughout our journey, I mean, we, across our franchise network, we've created over 2,000 jobs. I was once with a pharmacy in a rural part of Ghana, New Tafo. And I mean, the revenues had like 5x. And I was expecting to hear the usual reasons. Oh, we now have more inventory, we have clinical services, and so we are serving our patients better. But the owner told me something that was really interesting. He didn't say any of those things first. He said, my staff are happy. I'm like, okay, why? Because I pay them on time now. And because they are happy, when the customers come, they treat them very well. and the customer service is great, so they keep coming back. And it got me thinking. A lot of times when we are in the healthcare space, as you rightly said, we think about the impact, but it's really the impact on the patients. We think less about the impact on the people delivering the care. And just because now they had 5x their revenues, so he had enough cash flow to pay the salaries on time, the healthcare, the pharmacists and farm techs there were more than happy to come to work because we forget they also have families that they have to go home to. They need to put food on the table. And for me, actually, I redefine what I consider success because of that story. That I'm like, I call my team and I ask, have they paid the staff on time? Because that for me is the first critical step if we are going to grow revenues.
Yeah. Are you also creating jobs, improving livelihoods besides impacting healthcare?
Yeah, it's very interesting. We Insurance is an interesting product, right? It's every month we collect from companies and we put it in a pool, and we have actuaries that say this is the probability of people getting sick, and that's how we price. Um, we have been creating jobs, and I think for us, Tanel, what we're positioning ourselves is to become a platform. The fact that today we still maintain our pharmacy management software, we're the only app that we know of in West Africa where the health insurance app where you can search for medication and know which pharmacy has it in real time. Uh, that is now unleashing a lot of innovation. Right now, we're working on a project where someone can launch a digital prescription. So if you're a developer, you can use our tech and build on top of what Tanel has built. Um, that is showing that we're a platform. And for us, and I think Greg has hinted to it, is that we can't do all of it. It's impossible. We have to focus on what we focus on. Um, if you look at developed markets, a company like CVS in the United States is killing it with the pharmacy space. But the, and if you look at markets like Senegal, they're very small. Now they're small because if you're a software developer, you probably are also going to do other things just to be able to pay salary. But we're now seeing at the point where you can be a developer of a digital prescription service. You can do prescription delivery. You can do things like telemedicine. So we definitely are creating jobs. And making it make sense to be in healthcare. Telemedicine, for example, that's something that we're looking at right now. And yeah, you can be a doctor, and now instead of standing in the queue to get hired at a hospital, you can sit from home and become a remote doctor. So yeah, that definitely we've been trying to innovate.
Super. We have time for maybe one question from the audience. No?
May I
Okay, so there'll be coffee break after this. You can talk to the panelists here. I want to first of all give them a big hand for doing what they're doing, not just for coming here, for being vanguards in their respective fields, and once again for coming and sharing your insights with us and with entrepreneurs across the Africa region. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Prashant. Thank you. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Mohamed. Thank you, Tijan. So we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break. We'll be back at 15 past 11 because we still have two panels discussions. Please. Thank you. Hello, hello. Can you please be seated? We are going to restart. We still have two panel discussions, and the conversations are so interesting that we don't want to stop them at some point because time is not really on our side. So for the next keynote panel, I would like to call Monsieur Richard Gordon, Director of International Business Development at the South African Medical Research Council. His panelists and him will talk about innovation and entrepreneurship, the perspectives on Africa's digital future. So I would like to call Dr. 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐵 from Afro Champions, please. Dr. Youssef Travali, founder EDPU Africa. Monsieur Henri Ousmane Gueye, co-founder and CEO I1, and Awe Oluwakayode, international launcher at Flair, please.
Bonjour, everyone. Welcome to the session. Thank you very much for the invitation to come present, and congratulations on making it to 100. It's a great honor to be here. So my name is Richard Gordon. I have the distinct honor of chairing this session where we're talking about digital health and digital innovation in Africa. And I thought I would just give a slight aside just for change the humor a bit. The amazing video that Amadou gave with our first speaker was actually one of the first companies live we worked with. I was involved in the company which spun out of Tibotec. So I would not be here if it wasn't involved with Tibotec as the initial founders. The reason why I'm telling the story is when I interviewed Amadou for a meeting that I was having in Cape Town about 3 months ago. And I was expecting to give a presentation. And he said to me when we started, we were going to pre-record exactly like it was done this morning. And he says, no, I want you to interview me. But this was Saturday morning. I was in my pajamas. I hadn't shaved. And there I was looking not as I'm looking now. So things can go wrong. It's a great pleasure to have the panel. We are going to shake things up and do things a bit differently this morning. I'm not going to introduce the speakers because they're going to introduce themselves. But really, they're going to tell their story of how they got to where they got to and how the idea of digital technology, AI, is transforming healthcare in Africa. And they're going to tell their stories. So first up, it's going to be Yusuf, who's flown all the way from Rwanda to be here and to give us a presentation. Yusuf, take us through your story and your videos and your slides that you would like to show us.
Thank you, and thank you, the organizers, for having me here. So my name is Youssef Travali. I am a physicist, and actually I grew up in Senegal, just close by. That's where I did my secondary school. And then I moved to Europe and to the USA and back to Africa. What I want to tell you in very short is that the story of EDPU Africa is just a story of unlikely encounters. And in the keynote this morning, it was said that innovation is not done by one person. So basically, we were four to do this innovation. And what we did, it was back in 2021 during the pandemic. We sat together and then we decided to launch a digital platform in healthcare. So basically, a digital public health platform. Now, let me pause here and decompose a bit what I just said. It's a digital platform. So typically, by definition, it's participatory. So if you take LinkedIn, if you take Spotify, the first thing you do, you give your data. And based on your data, they make a kind of personalized menu for you. So it's participatory, it's personalized, and based on that, there is an AI engine which is going to predict your behavior. So it's again personalized, participatory, and predictive. Now, when you add to that the public health component, it becomes preventive. So what we are doing is really a 4P medicine. So we are doing healthcare prevention, and we decided to focus on non-communicable disease. So why non-communicable disease? Because more than 50% of the people that are dying in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, are actually dying from NCDs. And I say more than 50%, I'm kind of generous because it's much more than that. And the thing with NCDs is that we can prevent them. So if we know your family history, if you know your lifestyle, we can determine your risk profile. And based on your risk profile, we can give you recommendation to delay the disease or to actually just prevent it and so on. So we are focusing on a number of communicable disease, diabetes. So we do the risk profile for diabetes. We do the risk profile for cardiovascular disease. We do the risk profile for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. We do risk profiling for colon cancer, for cervix cancer, for breast cancer, and for mental health. Now, there are 3 steps in our process. So the first thing is a questionnaire where we collect your data. The second thing is to process those qualitative data to generate a kind of selection of exam that you will have to do in order to determine your final risk profile. Now, of course, when we do that, it appears that some people get sick. If they are sick, what we will do then, we'll just push them to my colleague on my left, 𝐤'𝐴𝐧𝐵, who is in the care cycle, and we will manage the patient journey in that cycle. In our case, we'll try to keep the people as healthy as possible based on this risk assessment. So our target, as opposed to what you have heard today, is not people that are sick, it's people that are healthy. So we want to keep them as healthy as possible. And actually, the population in Africa is very young. So basically, the strategy for healthcare system in Africa is to keep that population as healthy as possible, so that we just reduce the pressure on the healthcare system. So you have a couple of pictures here. That one, this is for the color.
You can move the
Yeah,
slides.
okay. I can start from the beginning. Now, how do we proceed? So basically, our approach to our platform, we combine mobility. It was a lot of things were said about mobility this morning. So we have pickups, and basically this type of pickups, they can carry 2 teams. So the U of EDPU stand for units. So each unit is 1 medical doctor and 1 nurse. So such a pickup can carry 2 teams on a site, and you see what they are offloading. It's this very simple box, and in this box, you'll be surprised. You have all the equipment that are necessary to do the screening. Let me show you, for instance. So here we went on a site in a very remote area in Rwanda. And by the way, in Rwanda today, we have covered more than 600 sites in 1 year. And we have conducted about 25,000 screening. So today, EDPU Africa has the most comprehensive database for NCDs prevention in Rwanda, but also in Africa. I don't know, even the WHO, the type of database they have, it's 5,000 that they do on a periodic basis with the STEP approach. So this is continuous screening that we do. So we went there on a site in a very remote area. So here you have the different process I just described. So you go through a questionnaire, and then you have your qualitative risk profile, and then you have your final risk profile that you discuss with a doctor. So this actually is simply a SECA to get your body mass index. So you step on the system, you get your height and then your weight, and then the system will show your body mass index. So we have this one. This is a FECO test. So it's a rapid test to detect whether you have blood in the stool or not. And if there are blood in the stool, then we will push you to the care cycle to see to conduct the colonoscopy. If there is no blood, then we just keep you in the safe side. Now the decision for us to do this test will be based on the questionnaire, on your history, and all the thing that will happen before. So this is the nurse carrying a test. You see here we take the waste. And here, she's taking a sample blood, and the system that we use here is not indicated, but it's called a cardio check. The cardio check has a triple sensor. So basically, with one blood, a drop of blood, you can get the cholesterol, you can get the glucose and the lipid of the patient just in one shot. And then I think it's finished. Now, okay, so the cardio check is just this box, small box at the system. So we use very simple equipment, low cost, that are directly connected to the system, and data are loaded in the cloud, and then they are processed by our engineer. So I will keep it there, and then...
Thank you. And then the data is modeled for the whole community. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to Henri to tell us about your journey and your program. Could we have his slides, please? He's got videos as well, I believe.
Sure. My husband is collapsing. He's not breathing. It's okay. Stay with me. I'm going to help. We're dispatching a ground down.
Oh, is that the correct one?
But I need you to answer.
Okay. We'll go to you next, are we? You carry on, yeah. So
Cool.
You can put it back on and we'll just change the order.
Are you changing the video to ease or?
You can put the video back on that you were playing.
Yeah, we can continue that.
This is rescue. What is a
Okay,
location?
just,
I'm at
yeah,
what
just
is
hold
on
on.
the best road. My husband is collapsed and he's not breathing. It's okay. Stay with me. Get to help. We're dispatching a ground ambulance.
Good morning, everyone.
But I need you to
𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐬𝐧. I lead the expansion team for rescue. And this is just a video talking about our plans, what we currently do in rescue, and also our goal for the future. So just take some time to digest, then I can just speak about it after the video.
You really need that because there's so many parts of the country or the region that
Sorry, can you put some more
can't
volume?
usually access by road.
A lot of companies that are in a similar space use their own assets. And that means that they are restricted. One of their own isn't available, then they're stuck. What we've done is built a network of over 800 ground ambulances, over 70 aircrafts, that includes both rotary and fixed wing, and over 130 roadside assistance providers. That's huge.
In an emergency, they say every second counts, and it really does. Our goal is that patients get care within the golden hour. So the golden hour is, from the onset of an emergency that you are in the right hospital already receiving care. And so there's a lot that has to happen in that first hour. We aim to do that in under 15 minutes in places like Nairobi or urban areas and 25 minutes in rural areas.
Using our technology, really pinpoint the exact best, closest responder to respond to any type of emergency.
Tech is a huge piece that underpins our services, and without it, we would not be nearly as efficient and effective as we are. It allows us to visualize and see where is the nearest available ambulance. It allows us to be able to identify where this is the best hospital and really make sure that that case is managed from start to finish as quickly as possible.
We now serve over 2.4 million customers across East Africa, with the majority being businesses like security firms, embassies, facilities, factories, and schools, where we cover all their staff and students. We also work with tour operators and lodges to ensure thousands of tourists coming into the region are also covered by us. We've done over 30,000 rescues to date, meaning we've saved over 30,000 lives.
The people are the heart of the business, and human excellence is at the center of who we are at Rescue. We have an array of highly skilled medical practitioners, from doctors, nurses, paramedics, air evacuation specialists. And given that we're using top-tier technology, we're also hiring fantastic technology specialists in the form of engineers and developers to be able to improve our tech.
We know the undertaking that we have taken on, and we've gotten really, really good at what we do. And it's always this incredible journey to get someone to care. There's a lot that has to go right, and we make sure that that happens.
Yeah, thank you so much. Right. So just to put some more clarity, so Rescue.co is our marketplace brand. While Flare is our technology platform. And at Rescue, our vision is clear. What we do basically is imagine a world where no matter where you are, no matter who you are, you have access to emergency care in minutes away. And the reason for coming up with this is so globally we have 5.1 billion people who lack access to emergency care, and this is part of what is driving us in rescue, and had led us to start up in 2016 in Kenya. So when we started in Kenya, whenever people want to get access to emergency services, it takes around 160 minutes, and even sometimes they do not get access to this emergency service. And when we came in, when we became operational in Kenya, we've been able to cut this down by 97%. So it means that now nationwide in Kenya, our response time is an average of 15 minutes, and sometimes also in Nairobi, we are able to respond in 2 minutes. And how have we been able to achieve this? Our value actually lies in our technology, in our network, and also our people. And when I talk about FLAIR as a technology, FLAIR is an inbuilt intelligent dispatch system that brings together ambulances, it brings together hospitals, doctors, and also aircraft into the system. So when FLAIR brings this together, and when when an emergency services strike, we are able to contact the nearest available resource to be able to cater for this emergency service. So it means that at FLAIR, so imagine a case where we have an emergency service and you call like the 911 service. So once you call the 911 service, it connects the dispatch center, right? You're able to call the dispatch center, and our dispatch center, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, our dispatch center works 24/7, and once we get the call at our dispatch center, we are able to try the case. And once we try the case, we are able to connect to the first responders, and then to the hospital, and then to the doctors. So it means that when there's an emergency, you don't need to take time before you are able to get our service. You can just dial us, and then we're able to connect the dots that leads to taking care of the patient. And also, another thing about FLAIR is that FLAIR is also data driven. So it's a data driven technology. With FLAIR, we've been able to gather data when it comes to average response time, when it comes to the reaction time, when it comes to admission time. So this also helps us in decision making, ensuring that we are able to respond to our patients at the earliest time as possible. And our model is not just impactful, our model is actually sustainable. Because looking at some of the metrics that we've been able to achieve so far, our renewal rate year on year is around 97%, and we've been able to record $3 million in average in our annual revenue. And also when it comes to our year on year growth in revenue, we've been able to achieve 150%. And when we talk about our goal, currently our coverage area is in East and West Africa, but our goal is to actually cover the continent with care. I know that this actually comes with a lot of challenges that people have been talking about, but this is actually our goal, and we are not giving up. We are not pushing back. We want to actually ensure that everyone across the continent has access to emergency service. And in at FLAIR, at FLAIR, our goal is to ensuring that we believe that every life matters, and we believe that every minute counts. So I just want to use this opportunity to speak to everyone that we are actually looking for partnership, who are of like minds and can also support us in providing accessible and quality emergency services to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awe. So, Henri, hopefully we have your slides now. We're not going to touch anything. Could you please? There we go. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is 𝐤'𝐳𝐬𝐧𝐿. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of a company named 𝐸ON. At 𝐸ON, what we want is to guarantee reliable medical records available in real time, no matter the medical facility. We started our journey with my partners. One of them was working in a clinic, and we start building software for the clinic to manage medical records, billing information, administrative things. And unfortunately, a few months after that, I lost my stepmother. She was suffering a disease named lupus, and it's a chronic disease. And we waste a lot of time navigating between medical structures, answering to same questions, performing same exams. And before the surgery, we had doubt about the quality of medical record. It's not a movie. I even had to pick a packet of blood in my car after the surgery. And I don't know if it's other. I was in the sector. So for me, the problem was not just to digitalize the clinic, but guarantee that the information is available at the right time for the health professional to take good decision and to save lives. So this is our focus. If you want to do that, for us, the first stakeholder to work with is the doctors. So what we decided is to be focused to the doctors to be sure of the quality of medical records. If we come to you as a patient, we give to you a tool, and you go to the doctor and the doctor is working on paper, it's not gonna work. So it is important to work first with the doctors, with the medical facilities, to know the type of data that they are creating and to be able to share it to other medical facilities, to share it to other patients, and also to make it usable for the insurer. So our mission is to build an interoperability platform to connect the stakeholder in the care journey. We're talking about the medical facilities, the patient, the care insurance. So this picture was a long time ago in Niger. It was our first customer, and we learned a lot. I'm a computer science engineer. I'm not a doctor, but my dream is to impact. So I went to France to make study at engineer school, but the dream was to come back. So health sector is working on this sector is a dream for me because I know the technology, I like that, and the technology can help me to impact people. So this is our day-to-day, how to work with the doctor to guarantee the quality of information. Let me just check. Yes, I want to start with this video. It's a little bit funny. And we'll see someone else. This guy is my co-founder. And when you work in the health sector, I think that it's a subject, an easy subject to pitch, but it's a hard business to lead. When you talk about health, everyone is interested, but you have to find funds to build something sustainable, to build the right solution. And the challenge for us during all those years was how we can sell this project, but show that it will be sustainable. And if you want to make reliable medical record available at a national level, your best customer is the government. So it was a big challenge for us to continue to work, because if you talk about government to a VC, they say, okay, good luck. We will talk later. So this video is just to show that during all these years, we had to do things by ourselves without funds, and it was tough, but the important thing is to have reliable partners. But you can't impact at a national level if you are alone. So having a team is very important in this type of business. We built it, we started 9 years ago. When we were talking about this project, some guys were saying, yes, your project will be ready in 50 years. But since the start of this year, our solution is used by the government to be the national health system, to guarantee to each Senegalese to have one unique number and a wallet to share their medical records and make it available in the medical facility. This is the health ministry. He came to see at the hospital what we are doing day to day. This year, we reach almost 1 million patients in the system working with the government. We are currently working on the unique number for each Senegalese. So my dream is to impact at a national level. The last point is that we are working on a interoperability platform. So even for other actors like yourself, like Tanel's, we can be partners. Because if you have insurance and the physician put some information, okay, you can pay. But there are medical records. How that medical records are handled if you go in another insurance, if you go in another medical facilities. Because for the patient, the important thing is to having their data to have the best care possible. So we are here to work with the other actors also to make the information available even between the different systems. The last picture for me is that um, I used to dream to be a football player. Unfortunately for me, I'm a computer science engineer. But this year, we are top 10 in the African Business Euro competition. And I was happy to put the flag when I was pitching because I was feeling that I was representing my country, and I'm very proud of the country because they are ready to work with startups, with local partners, because at the end of the day, we must own our revolution, our digital revolution to impact our community. Thank you.
So I'm going to open the floor to some questions, but I'm going to ask the first question because I think it's the most important one, and there are quite a few funders in the room. But for my sins, I was asked to chair a South African innovative products program around new digital technologies, and the program around sustainability came up. And we did a market landscape, and there were 7 different funders who funded 7 different apps around TB adherence protocols in South Africa alone. None of them worked with each other. None of them worked in the same health system. And effectively what we had is we had 7 competing platforms competing in a very small space. So the question that I was going to ask you, all 3 of you, and if you can answer in 1 or 2 minutes, if that's okay each, is how do you navigate the area of funding and sustainability? Sustaining a platform on AI and digital health is not trivial. It's not for the faint-hearted. And how have you done this in each of your domains? Maybe I'm going to start with you, Henri, because you went last. I'm going to put you first this time, and then we're going to reverse order.
Yes, very good question. Um, it's our big challenge this last 9 years. And to be honest, I think that it can be interesting to create a business in something that you have skills. It saved our company because we struggle to have funding. But as I'm a computer engineer, I was able to continue to build the solution. The other guy to work on the medical sector. So I think that the first thing is that you have a core team that have skills to move to the target. After that, I think that you have to split the business. When I say we want to make reliable medical record available at the national level, it's a vision. But you have to build something to create value, to make money, to be able to have investor coming. So this is the challenge. The health sector, you have a lot of things to do. You can do many things, but you have to split it to have milestones. And by reaching milestones, you are having confidence, you can bring investor and have money to continue. So it's a challenge, it's a day-to-day challenge. And more if you work with government, because like I said, when you talk to a VC for their government can be a red flag.
Yeah.
You see. So you have to do some competition to gain money, continue to build your solution, even make it make it available without revenue. For example, during COVID-19, we gave our solution to the government free, and they was able to see that we are able to succeed on the mission. So yes, it's a day-to-day process. There is no right rule, but
I think the message I take from yours is for funders in the room, if you were looking at Senegal, don't go and reinvent the wheel and do something additional. Work with people who've been doing this for 10 years. Awe, how do you guys fund yourself, and how you're sustainable with this very big network? I'm sure helicopters and emergency vehicles are not cheap. So how does the model work?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So on our own side, we tend to be flexible with our models, right? So we have different types of models that you could subscribe to. It could be like the pay as you use, it could be the annual subscription, it could be the monthly subscription, right? So we try as much as possible to ensure that we are flexible, even within the markets that we expand to, right? So we are flexible with our models. So that has actually helped us with what I mentioned earlier, that our renewal rate is currently at 97%. So I would say flexibility in our models has really helped us. And another one would be on quality. So we do not share anything with quality. So we ensure that we have like quality set of team that when you call us, we are able to respond to, and we are able to dispatch the ambulance. And another thing is on the service, right? So we have a lot of testimonies out there. Whenever patients call us, whenever people call us for emergencies, either aircraft, either road rescue, and also ground ambulance, we are able to provide quality service. And these testimonies have actually been helping us to get some of the funding that we're getting. Although, just like you mentioned, it's not been easy.
Okay, thank you. And Yusuf, I imagine your area, when you're generating data around prevention, yours is a much more complicated model. I'm very curious about how your sustainability.
Actually, it was quite easy, I would say.
Good.
The first thing, I think government is not a red flag, actually. It's a green flag, because you cannot work in healthcare without partnering with the Ministry of Health. If you don't put that as the first requirement, you will really have some issue. So in our case, the first thing we did is to get the blessing from the Ministry of Health. And because of that, you can get funding from development partners, because development partners, what they do, they give funding to public institutions. So you have to demonstrate that your solution, the end beneficiary, is the public. As soon as you demonstrate that, you can get some funding. So from the start, we managed to secure about 700,000 euro in grants to actually pilot our study. And what we did is to match this 700,000 euro with 3,000 euro of shareholder contribution. So within the first year of our launch phase, we managed to secure 1 million euro with that model. So then we piloted the project in Rwanda for 1 year to screen 1,500 people. And during that period, we say, okay, we need to get some partnership with insurance company, both public and private insurance company, because they are the one who are going to pay for the screening. And long story short, we managed to secure partnership with 4 insurance, and among those, the 2 largest public insurance company. So when we finish the pilot phase, we produce an economic report, we produce a dashboard, etc., etc. We managed to move from this first phase of funding to a more commercial phase of funding, where the company was running based on the screening that we are doing. So during that phase, which is the one we just finished now, we actually could cover 90% of our costs, and then we still had to put about 10% of shareholder contribution to pay for the consumable and the software development. And now we are entering a very interesting phase, because actually only about 80% of the population, they don't have access to those type of insurance that can pay for prevention. And the question is, how do we cover those people? And interestingly, we are leveraging their data. as I said at the beginning, it's participatory. So basically, the data economy, it's like planting seed without paying this for the seed. So basically, the people who are giving the data, at some point in time, they should be paid for that because we are making value for that. But that's the ultimate goal. In the meantime, we realized that during our process, we are actually training our medical doctors on digital technology. So we say, okay, let's launch a program on health tech training for professionals. That's one way of sustainability. The second way, our platform. Our platform today, we are the one operating our platform with 17. But maybe at some point in time, we can just license the platform. So it can be operated by community health workers. And then I don't have to buy pickups and to go in the different area in the country and then collect the data. And the other interesting thing, as I mentioned, we have collected 25,000 the data from 25,000 people. This is a massive amount of data. But what we are missing today is to understand what are the socio-economic factors that are explaining those data. So we have the opportunity to build a research team around data analytics to understand in the different regions where we have been doing what are the social determinant factors that are explaining those data. So there are many avenue. And one interesting thing, actually, it's a telco company, because the key thing here I mentioned, it's about mobility, connectivity, etc. So for me, I hope to deploy here in Senegal next year. For me, one of the first partner I'm looking at, it's a company like Sonatel, like Orange. Why? Because they can provide the cloud. They can provide the connectivity. In the most remote area also, we need connectivity. So those are, so basically by partnering with them, you bring content to their product. So you give them also a new way of developing solution that they can deploy in other countries.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Was that a hand, Joe, or was it? Do you have a question? Oh, that was a time. Sorry, he's giving me the time. Any questions from the audience? We'll take two. Is there a roaming mic? Do we need a roaming mic? The room isn't that. It might be for the. It's. Can they hear you next door? Let's take both questions now. Can you switch it on?
I mean,
there you go.
Great. Some fascinating talks and some fascinating developments. Strikes me there's going to be some interesting things in the future if success follows, and I think it will, about the degrees of interoperability between the different platforms. If we think about serving the public at large, if we have all these competing platforms, there's going to be issues both in terms of the underlying hardware and software, but also in the mutual intelligibility of the interfaces. So I'm wondering if, I mean, I know VCs have an outbreak of antibodies if it turns out that you're involved in the government. But nevertheless, is there a role for the government or perhaps professional bodies for establishing what one might think of as engineering standards so that the interoperability becomes possible without thinking about it too much now?
That's a great question. In the case?
No, actually, that was my question. And it becomes more complex when you move at regional level. I think you don't want East Africa to have different platforms in terms of fragmentation of information. I think it's very important to start thinking along those lines. But the second question underlining is how do we leverage on artificial intelligence moving forward with these platforms and the data you are harnessing? Because we need to think really much, further with the large amount of data that you're actually collecting. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who's going to take that on. I can give my thoughts as well. The very first program we funded in digital health in South Africa was Mac-based. And then after 6 months, we realized that nobody had a Mac in any way in South Africa. So we had to redo the whole program. So the IT question, I think, is a very, very important one, and the government support. I think the scaling is really the key question. You know, if each of your organizations all mentioned about scaling, if you scale beyond your borders, that's a very different business model, very different technological challenge, different unique identifiers in each country. What are your thoughts on that? I don't know if it's within your companies, whether it's within your scope of what you want to do, but in your experience, I'm told we have like 2 minutes left. So maybe as a last question to each of you, you want to go first, Henri? Or Yusuf?
Okay, maybe I will give some answer regarding the different platform at regional level and so on. Actually, the challenge we have today, I think there are many. There are technical challenge. ID cards, they are not uniform. So the numbering is not uniform. And we are relying on that actually. And that's why when we talk about unique identifier, it might be something interesting to think about. The second thing that you might be surprised, the addressing. In some country, people, they have address. In other country, they don't have address. So in that case, what we do, we use Google geolocalization and so on. But I think there is a kind of infrastructure that has to be put in place so that we can deal with this type of challenge. The other one, it's database interoperability, and that's not only at regional level but also at national level. If you do the screening of someone who is insured with that insurance and then insure with another insurance, the two database, they don't talk together. And then when you have the patient file, you are a bit mixed up. So we have to work on those aspects. And I think one of the main challenge I see today when you talk about interoperability is the speed at which startup go compared to the speed at which government are putting in place a spec for interoperability and those things. So that's one of the main challenges.
Thank you. Any, Henri?
Related to interoperability, I think that one of the solutions is to use standard. For example, we are working at Ion with the standard FHIR. So with FHIR, you have algorithm to make a model handle different identification for the patient coming from different system and or different country. And this is the key using standard. You can have multiple actors working with their technology, with their own database, but when even it comes to share information, you do it with a central system that using interoperability specification. So for us, we are certified 𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐧 since last July. So we are very focused on that interoperability problems, and it's a good thing for the Senegal government. But because when you start a project like that, some people saying, oh, there is only one company handling the medical records. It's not the case. We are building the core, and with that core, we are putting standard, and with that standard, other actors will be able to take the data and use their own graphical interfaces. For us, this is the solution.
Thank you. Awe, last word.
Yes, so similar to what Henri mentioned. I mean, ASU is similar to that, and that's the reason why, based on what I've mentioned, I mean, we're trying to like scale, but I know I mentioned that we want to like provide care for throughout the continent at large, right? But we are scaling from the ground, right? We're starting from East Africa, then West Africa, when we are able to cover Africa at large, and then we can cover the other continents. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So my last plug before I thank the chair is for, and again, I'm going to plug on this, I'm going to harp on this if you speak to me next few days. If you're a global funder in the room who are into the digital health, do you think it would help if you imported a system from somewhere else and try and put it on top of everything else that's going on, or do you think it would hinder it? I tend to advise on probably the latter. I've been involved in many programs where they've stalled. So for the global funders in the room, there's some great opportunities to partner. I would like to thank the panel. This has been a fascinating session covering the whole continent, and we are on time. And thank you very much for such very interesting presentations, and good luck to the networking for the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it in the time frame. And it's quite interesting. So all these words that I hear, complex challenges, but solutions. And Henri mentioned it. I was talking to Gregory during the break, and we were talking about challenges, but I'm like, you have to find solutions. It's a sector where you always have to find solutions. So thank you, to go back to the words of Dr. Ruby, for being bold and dreaming big. Last but not least, it's going to be the last panel before the lunch and networking break. It's a panel on innovating for the front line and the last mile, pioneering new solutions to tackle neglected health threats. So I would like to call on the stage the chairman of the Institut Pasteur de Dakar, Mr. 𝐥'𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐶, who's going to moderate this panel. Also to join him as panelist, Dr. Prashant Yadav. Welcome back on the stage. Dr. Natalie Roberts, Executive Director, MSF UK. Mr. Mark Gladwell, CEO, 𝐸𝐵, and Dr. 𝐥'𝐤𝐧𝐬 𝐸𝐵, who is the head of Tropics at Institut Pasteur de Dakar.
Colleagues and friends, well, always a challenge, to have a last panel before lunch. So, but if you work in health emergencies, so you seem to be used to that. So it's always a challenge also to run against time. But if you work in health emergencies, you should be used to that as well. So I think that it is quite fitting now that we have this panel, here right now, which is about, solutions. And I really stress solution. Solution matters, in context. And I think where the context where they matters most are those ones, where the needs are great and the resources are scarce. And there is not a more fitting context than the one that we call, emergencies and humanitarian emergencies. Unfortunately, nowadays, those settings, which are not normal at all, it is not a normal situation. And in those settings, we find ourselves today that the average time of people living in those settings is about 20 years. About 20 million people called refugees, over 65 million people that are labeled as IDPs, together spend an average time of 20 years in a setting because they have to flee home because home is no longer safe. In those places, unfortunately, if there was a globe in front of me and I roll it around and I just put my finger somewhere, it's very likely that it will fall on one of those settings. And you have the juxtaposition of not only what we call either a conflict or a disaster or a shock or a hazard, but in those very places also you have health threats. And then just let's close our eyes and remind ourselves, where were those places where we were last time trying to respond to health threats? Cameroon, Sierra Leone, is it by chance? Macenta, Guinea, is it by chance? Ituri, Democratic Republic of Congo, is it by chance? And then the list goes on and on and on. That's where we find shocks and hazards related to climate. We find, conflicts, and then we find, people simply having to live in situations, that are not normal. It matters also what we do, in those contexts. I find it is totally unacceptable nowadays that we continue to pair neglect, with tropical diseases. Why on earth should we continue to call them neglected, health threats. How do we get them out of neglect? Do neglected health threats, affect neglected people? I think that is something here that we have to respond to. Now, the panel that we have in front of me, these are seasoned, people that have been working in those different contexts. Will share with us, very shortly their insights, on the solutions that they believe could be brought into A, addressing the threat, B, in the context, where it matters most. And after that, I just would like to turn into the audience because I've looked at all these many friends and colleagues, with huge experience, in this field. It would be a miss if you go to lunch and then not have them either to comment, or, to put some questions, that will come reaching us. It's going to be a very classical, simple panel. Short introduction by each of the panelists. Back to you, the audience, for some comments, and then we get some food. No, I wouldn't say food, but the food is there. Something for thought, going into the food afterwards. So on that note, let me start with you, Prashant.
I want to start by saying that emergencies of all kinds require people who are affected by the emergency, whether it's a health emergency, other kinds of conflict, to get some product. And I work on product delivery at the last mile. How do you get products to people? Some of those products are consumer products, food, some of them are health products. And the response systems that we develop think of sometimes the same modalities for health products as for consumer products, food. The difference is that health products and its use, even during an emergency, requires a lot more trust in the community to start using the product, whatever type of product it is, a diagnostic device, a vaccine, anything that you think of as a health technology. And therefore, intrinsically, local actors and local innovators are better at earning the trust of the community. And therefore, we have to think about a solution approach that focuses on local innovators, local entrepreneurs, local actors, right? Again, important preface to any solution that we talk about. The second thing I want to say is for health emergency and this trust argument that I described, let's look at examples of what are touted as logistics solutions, right? We can fly things in a drone. And we've seen that used successfully in many geographies now. We can fly PPE, touchless PPE to a health worker or to a community. We can fly other products, vaccines these days. We can use the kinds of last mile surveillance vans, which are mobile labs, to go into the community. But if they only go during the time of an emergency, then on one side, the sustainability of a business model is under question. On second time, its trust is under question. We are in the midst of an emergency and something is flying things to us. Do I trust that? Or something flies things to me for my routine healthcare needs, and that same thing is flying my needs during an emergency. So we've got to build the models that are not just for health emergencies, that serve something in routine health provision and can be used. Right? Again, it's an important criteria. The third is, I think our colleague from Edu mentioned this. We don't have addresses and we don't have locations in the same way to do logistics and last mile optimization and routes and things like that. There is a company, for example, called What3Words, which uses What3Words as a special criteria. The e-commerce companies, which deliver to end customers across countries in Africa, have started using such technology much more effectively. Have we started using it as effectively to deliver product in health emergencies? The answer is no. Right. So my last point is, can we also look beyond the health sector and imbibe technology, which last mile commerce, fintech, as we talked about this morning, have somehow succeeded in build a good use application trust of and bring it into the product delivery infrastructure for last mile, whether it is during routine health emergencies, or other kinds of humanitarian settings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prashant. Let me go straight, to our next colleague. When we say MSF, of course, we know where we find you, Natalie.
Yeah, I actually had some photos, but I don't know if we can get them up. In the meantime, I'll start talking. So yeah, I work for MSF, which is Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. We're mere children in this field in comparison to IPD. We're 53 years old, so we're still learning a lot. But we're a medical humanitarian organization that aims to assist people in crisis in more than 70 countries around the world. And those are people who are therefore living through incredibly difficult situations. They're unable to access care, and we really struggle to access them actually to get past that last mile in many places. So this picture is the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, and our teams generally have to travel in many of the locations by motorbike to remote villages to provide the care to people who are affected by conflict or epidemics. The next picture, I don't know if I should control this. Oh yeah, I can. Okay. And this is South Sudan. So there, our teams routinely have to travel by boat to access the populations in crisis as well. And this is Gaza, where an entire health system has been decimated over the last 14 months. So trying to provide any form of healthcare where all the hospitals have been attacked and bombed and all the infrastructure destroyed is really extremely difficult. So when working in such difficult, complicated places, it's almost impossible to have the right tools and products to hand to be able to provide a quality medical care to people. We don't want to provide substandard medical care. You want people to have access to the products that are really adapted towards them, because they're the people who are probably in the greatest need of healthcare around the world today, but it's maybe the people who are most difficult to treat. This means that organizations like MSF are essentially obliged to innovate. The products that exist for healthcare systems around the world, they're just not very useful for us in these types of settings. And traditionally, the innovation that we've done has been more in the form of taking products that already exist, that somebody else has developed, and using them in new or different ways. So a very big moment in our history happened in Niger in 2005, when we adopted the innovative strategy of moving the treatment of severe acute malnutrition out of hospitals and into the community. So we managed to reach a record number of malnourished children using ready-to-use therapeutic food. And that was the first time it had been done at such massive scale. And so it was an innovative way of using a product that we didn't have any hand in developing, but we felt it could be useful for our work. We were also an early adopter of the use of rapid diagnostic tests to diagnose malaria, as again, in many of the places where we work, it's not possible to perform accurate microscopy, and we don't believe in presumptive treatment. So we wanted to have a better form of diagnosing malaria, and the rapid diagnostic test was perfect for our use. Again, we had no hand in developing that. We just saw an opportunity. One issue we often face is the lack of a reliable cold chain. You're working in places where there's no electricity, there's no fridges. And so vaccination, it becomes extremely difficult. Obviously, as an organization, we look extensively to find solutions for that, to develop easy to use cold chains and ways of, mobile cold chains. But we've also been running plenty of studies to demonstrate things like the thermostability of the oral cholera vaccine. So thus removing the need for a cold chain at all. So we often in places are trialing using oral cholera vaccine out of cold chain, and we've demonstrated a good performance of the vaccine, despite the fact we haven't been using a cold chain. And we've been sharing that data with others to try and, increase the availability of the vaccine. And we do things like rolling out a training program. So we've rolled out this training program across a lot of our staff to teach them how to use portable handheld ultrasound devices. It means bringing diagnostic capability closer to the patients. And so really crossing that last mile that we were never able to do before. And we've done things like run clinical trials, really intensive, heavy clinical trials to evaluate new products and protocols. So this is TB Practical. It was a multi-site phase 3 clinical research project to find short, tolerable and effective treatment for people with drug-resistant tuberculosis. And it was run between MSF and the London School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene and the Ministries of Health of Uzbekistan, Belarus and South Africa. It took 10 years, a huge amount of work, and a lot of risk actually as well in sort of embarking on such an ambitious clinical trial, but the results eventually were worth it. I think as medical humanitarians though, while this is all very successful and great, it is really time for us to look at ourselves and think beyond that current phase of where we sit on the innovation journey. We've previously looked at products that have been developed for us or been developed and we've taken them and tried to use them in different ways. We're the end user, we're not involved in the earlier stages. And I think if we really want to have tools and practices adapted to our work and the needs of our patients, we have to get involved earlier now in the process. This room is full of people who could help us in that, which is great, and who can listen to our needs and the needs of the patients we try to assist, and to our dreams, essentially, and with whom we can work together to create and develop new tools and products, those that can truly transform our practice. So for me, this is the Tropics project. It's a great example of that here at Institut Pasteur de Dakar. It's been really exciting to have that possibility to input earlier on into the development and study of new rapid diagnostic tests for diseases like measles and meningitis. So those are diseases that we see as being extremely deadly in many of the places that we work. And it's been really, by working in partnership with Tropics, that we can help to explain what we need, the products we need to use at a much earlier stage and work together so that they're really adapted for the needs of our patients. And I think that's the way we need to start moving forwards as an industry of medical humanitarianism. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Mark.
Yeah, thank you. So I've spent 25 years of my life so far developing tests and manufacturing tests that deliver outcomes for humanitarian issues and outbreaks and emergencies. And I was very fortunate to spend a big proportion of my time at 𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐬, which was the largest point of care diagnostic testing company in the world, and was fortunate to actually scale the malaria test, so develop and scale malaria to what became over 400 million tests that were distributed on an annualized basis. And so very, very proud of that. We also worked on tests such as determine HIV, CD4 in Africa, but they all came with certain challenges. And so in Sapphiros, and as the CEO of Sapphiros, we've really focused on three key parts of innovation. So innovation in product, and I'll show some examples of what they look like. Innovation in process. So how do we develop products at the lowest cost in the most sustainable manner? Because how you get products developed at low cost is innovation in itself. And then the last piece of innovation is really to what Prashant said, which was how do you actually get these products delivered at the last mile? And that has also come with its challenges depending on the type of product. And so one of our philosophies in Sapphiros has really been around instrument-free diagnostics. And so we've spent our time focused in on clinical performance being the basis of everything, cost being a critical factor to delivering health outcomes and health equity, instrument-free, so no diagnostic test that requires a large-scale instrument that goes into an environment and a clinical setting such as Natalie said, without water and power. It's really important that that product's available. And then also things around sustainability. So rather than using plastic, traditional plastics that are used in lateral flow, going to a different method, a different format that improves sustainability and also improves logistics. So one of the products that we've been developing is a new format for lateral flow. So this is 5 lateral flow tests here. We're able to actually create this on a very innovative process, and hopefully I can show a video of what that process looks like. but we're also able to palletize this. So we're able to put nearly 500,000 tests on one pallet, and then we'll ship that to country. And we're working with Shay and Joe and the team on a potential collaboration with them to do in-country pack and label, and then potential future product manufacturing as well. And so what you see here behind me is our manufacturing process. And this is a reel-to-reel manufacturing process that's actually making this particular test. This innovation is enormous because this line has the capacity to deliver 5 billion tests on an annualized basis. So we're able to make 16 million tests a day. But what's really important in terms of emergency outcomes and what we need to do, we need to innovate rapidly to find the right antigen antibody, and we can do that via a very focused sprint process. So within 30 days, we can determine the actual risk factors, develop a test, and then transfer that test to this process. And then in addition to that, what we can do is have rapid changeover. So we were able to develop high volume tests such as malaria, and then we were able to transfer within 45 minutes to a very low volume test that supports an emergency outbreak that potentially is at low volume, but is in much need in a very rapid and succinct manner. And so the last piece of this is to take those products and then digitalize them. And so what you see on the back of this particular video is our printed electronics technology that enables us to do a substrate. And in the end, these types of tests can be digitalized. And that's important because then we have surveillance. We have the ability to understand where the outbreaks are occurring and transmit that data back to healthcare systems or onto phone apps and such like. So in terms of future innovation of distribution, the last piece is really our focus is do as much as possible in country. And so we can develop tests, we can manufacture with that at scale, but we also want to participate in making sure that distribution of tests occur in country with the support of people like Institut Pasteur and others. And so we're collaborating across the African continent with various partners to get our products to the much needed and use and point of use. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Sheikh, over to you.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of images, if you could show them, please. Please, could you put the first one? Great, thank you. So first, I'll start by saying that infectious diseases are very infamous for their resilience. They attack really people in very poor settings where infrastructure are weak, where resources are very limited. So today I'll focus in three areas. The first one is inequity in global health. The second point, in the second point, I will talk about point of care diagnostics, and finally, I'll talk about community engagement. But first, let's confront the uncomfortable truth of inequity in global health. Despite many global advances recently, we still see that many low-resource settings face several barriers. Millions live in regions where basic healthcare services remain out of reach. So they are often the most affected during public health emergencies, and they suffer not only from contagious disease, but also from the neglect of their healthcare needs. So the burden of infectious disease disproportionately falls on the shoulders of the vulnerable, mainly on the elderly, women, and children. And these are the groups that really need most of our support. And what we realize is that these communities are often overlooked in the global health discussions. They face lack of trained staff, shortage of medical supplies, inadequate infrastructure, and I would like to say that inequity in global health is not just statistics. It translates into loss of lives, families torn apart, disabilities, and communities that are struggling to survive. And I think this is where innovation in diagnostics come into play. The concept of point-of-care diagnostics through the assured criteria that has been set up by Professor Rosanna Peeling in 2010 stands for affordable, sensitive, specific, user-friendly, rapid and robust, equipment-free, and deliverable. It serves as a guiding framework for the development of diagnostics tailored to the needs of people that need diagnostic the most. And by meeting these criteria, we can develop diagnostics that are not only robust, but also that can be deployed in very harsh areas where conditions are not great, and also areas where we don't have the required skills to run a centralized laboratory. And this is what Tropics has been trying to do in the last 4 years. Tropics had been set up in 2020, sorry, by Pasteur Dakar, the Media Foundation, 𝐸𝐴, and FIND in Geneva, really to close this gap of the lack of needed diagnostics. The goal really was not to compete, as I used to say, with big players, but to focus on niche products, because Africa needs several products that don't exist here in the continent. Or there are sometimes products that exist, but very not affordable for our populations. And in order to close this gap, so Tropics came up with these innovative business model where we have members like Médecins Sans Frontières, West Africa Health Organization, Africa CDC, that really sustain the capabilities of Tropics by driving its portfolio, but also by helping it capture really values from what it's doing. Currently, we engage with United also to increase our manufacturing capabilities. Initially, we had a manufacturing capacity of 2 million tests per year, but tomorrow I have the privilege to participate in the launch of our new facility where we will have a capacity beyond 75 million products per year. So here in this new facility, we will have the opportunity not only to tackle neglected tropical disease, but also to tackle products where not neglected, like HIV, sickle cell, malaria. And I think this is a good opportunity, not only for Senegal, but for Africa overall. I would like also to say that innovation in diagnostics is just part of the solution. We must recognize that outbreaks start in communities, and we need to collaborate better. We need to listen to communities because they are the ones that know really well these health challenges that they are facing. And by collaborating together, we can get a better insight of the disease we are combating. We can also have a better view of what the response should be. We could collaborate with governments, healthcare workers, and many other parties and stakeholders in order to strengthen the response. So at IPD, we have what we call the FOREST system, which is a surveillance sentinel system in syndromic surveillance system in Senegal, where we partner with the Ministry of Health to engage communities, but also monitor disease on a weekly basis in several regions. And in this way, digitization also is very important. I really enjoyed the panel earlier, because here we have a unique opportunity to deploy healthcare solutions, mainly diagnostics, for example, RDT, and then we could capture data, discuss with the stakeholders, and share those data with the Minister of Health for prompt actions. And I think this is a way to go. I hope that Tropics will be very successful in the years to come. It's a good initiative. I'm a little bit biased when I say that because I'm the one leading it. But I really believe that we need more social interventions like or innovation like this, not only in Senegal, but across Africa in all the LMICs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, the panel. Now to the audience for comments, questions. Yes, sir.
Excellent panel. So I'm just going to be a bit provocative here, particularly in the context we are now. You quite know what's going on with mpox, right? It's the 1970, isolated in 1970. We don't have a rapid diagnostic test for mpox. We have defeated those odds, and even 100 days from CEPI, I'm not sure we're going to make it for mpox. How do we revolutionize it? I think we're talking of innovation. We're dealing with diseases that are neglected, as the chair mentioned. How do we put the community at the center of the business? I think this is very important. You talked about the community, how that acceptability, that 70 years after a disease has been isolated, we don't have a means to diagnose it, and people are just spreading the virus.
Yeah.
I think it's very important that we start centering some of this conversation beyond innovation and then put the people at the center of the business. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good point. Any other comment or question? Yes, madam.
Thank you. Mark, you showed a presentation, and in your video you showed continuous manufacturing of diagnostics. How do African manufacturers start to leapfrog to continuous manufacturing to enhance competitiveness? How can we tap into that technology?
Thank you very much. Good question. Yes, sir.
I wasn't going to ask the question, but since Faith asked it, I'm going to build on it as well. How much investment is going to make sure that the diagnostics are relevant? I was at a meeting last week where essentially the Nigerian CDC quoted that approximately 20% of the diagnostics don't work. The parasite has evolved, and the diagnostics are 15 years out of date. So how do we leverage from all the genomic surveillance that's going on around the continent and make sure that that is also included in somehow? I love the diagnostic panel with the QR code. One of the things we had a meeting about 15 years ago to build on McKay's question was, where's the world where we can have a febrile panel where you have 5 tests next to each other with 5 drops of blood? It was the number 1 on the request from African physicians. It was number 2, and it was number 3. It was the same question. No one outside of Africa seems to think it's important.
Yeah.
So how do we change that?
Thank you very much. Good question and comments. Any comments from this side, the room? No? Clear? Let me take then the last one there, sir.
Seems to be all this side of the room, not sure why. Very struck by Natalie's comment about the end user innovation. In other business sectors, the academy, I'm thinking of now colleagues I've had at MIT, have been very good at developing practices within the university around end user innovation. Provides a good interplay between what can be done in research and what can be done actually in the use in the field. Now, I wonder if there's a role perhaps for local universities here to actually start taking a lead on that alongside IPD.
Thank you very much. So, getting no more question and comments, let me now start with the reverse order. Chef, you start, respond to some of the comments and questions, and at the same time, give us one takeaway, the last message. Over to you.
Thank you. I'll start with the question asked by Professor Nikes about monkeypox. We know most monkeypox has been existing in Africa for a long time. But the sad reality is it was really focused in a couple of countries, Nigeria, for example, DRC, and people didn't pay much attention. But now it's spreading across several countries, and now people, I have the feeling here, and I think this is just a reality, that people start considering things once they feel like that thing can affect them. And that's what's happening for monkeypox. Now to share our position at Tropics about the monkeypox diagnostic RDT. So technologies exist. We know some companies that have a very good monkeypox RDT and that were willing to transfer the technology in Senegal at Tropics. But the truth is, at some point you have to focus somewhere. Currently, Africa CDC is doing a great job by setting up these priority disease lists and also an essential diagnostic list. Measles, meningococcal meningitis are part of that list, and Diatrop is already working. Yellow fever, so Diatrop is already working on those products. So it was very difficult for us to really engage in another product. That's why I stress here the fact that more initiatives like Diatrop are really needed, not only in Senegal, but in other countries. Because if Diatrop can't do it, another company can do it. And also regarding monkeypox, the evaluation of the RDT is a bit challenging. Most of the product I have seen being developed in France or in the United States, really focus on viral, on cell culture in order to evaluate the product. Usually they only have the clade 1, not the clade 2, or vice versa. And I think this is where also putting resources in order to better evaluate this product before they enter the African market is really paramount. And I also think that Africa CDC again is doing a great job at it. Currently, we have reviewed. I'm part of the working team at Africa CDC that evaluate the product in order to consider them for approval in the African market, and quite sure that some product will be designated very soon. We have the Foundation Massier that have a very good PCR product. The Africa CDC recommended this product, but definitely we need an RDT, and I hope there will be some press release very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes. So I think actually a couple of these questions are combined. So if I think about the reason for development of monkeypox, and then your question on the investment in rapid diagnostics, they're actually linked, and it goes back to many of the companies that are developing these diagnostic tools are public or private companies. Safros is a private company, and we have our founder back there, Namal. And both Namal and I actually spend a disproportionate amount of our time on products that aren't of high value in terms of value creation and profit. They're of high value in improving healthcare. And so we have developed a monkeypox assay on our molecular technology. But it circles back to, you have to have a sustainable business. You have to make money in order to reinvest that money into other healthcare initiatives. And so I think where the gap is often is companies such as ourselves, or even the very large companies like Abbott, or as we were in Alir, we did have initiatives like developing dengue tests, making dengue tests, and then they would sit there awaiting an outbreak, and then we would ship them. And I think that that's the right position to have. That's certainly the position that we have at Safros, is we are going to develop tests, even if those tests aren't of high volume, of high value in terms of profit, because they are the right things to do to contribute to healthcare in the world. But it does need the funders and the support of other groups to get there, because the development of these diagnostic tests costs multiple millions of dollars, tens of millions, right, of dollars. And so that support is going to be critical over time. But it comes back to priority, right? It comes back to sustainable businesses, creating that sustainable business, and then making sure that you take those profits and invest them in actual global healthcare initiatives. So that's the first part of the question. Hopefully it covers those two. The other is around continuous manufacturing, and that process that you saw there, that costs tens of millions of dollars to develop, and enables us to be highly differentiated in both platform, the product, and then very differentiated in the process, and really reduces costs. So that also enables things like making sure that we get other assays onto that particular platform rapidly, and then into places where there's need. In terms of Africa and how do we transfer those types of processes, I was at UNICEF actually a couple of weeks ago talking about African manufacturing with them. And I think we have to take it step by step. And one of the reasons why we have to do that is because we have to build and educate and have technical expertise. So it's not just about the manufacturing process, which is really, really important. It's also about assay development, technical assay development that's combined. And so I think over time that can occur. And, we've been working on a test system, which is kind of like a wardrobe that we can wheel and send here, that you have the ability to start to do reel-to-reel process manufacturing. But I do think it's a step-by-step function. I think what Shay and the team have done at Tropics is an incredible, huge step, actually, huge leap. And I think working together, we can start to develop more processes that get to efficiencies. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you very much, Natalie.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm going to come back to the Mpox one and just say I completely agree with both of you. I do think there's an issue with certain diseases that have either never been a problem for the global north before or are no longer a problem for the global north, where there has been a long-standing lack of investment. And I'm really happy that there's now change in that field and people are sort of prioritizing those diseases and not just waiting for them to become a potential global pandemic before they react. And I do think in terms of change around that, we probably do need to start anticipating the problem a lot more rather than being reactive. And I hold my own organization as part of that issue of the emergency response model means you wait for the emergency to happen and then you respond. And I think we need to start being more proactive and more anticipatory in that. One complete example is Mpox. The biggest victim, I guess, of Mpox today are children in the DRC. We're seeing huge rates of mortality amongst children in the DRC, but yet the vaccine studies that were done on the Mpox vaccine didn't include children. I mean, that's something really simple you can do. It's not difficult to include children in vaccine studies, but people don't do it. And now CEPI are going to fund the vaccine studies in children, but it's come too late, really. And it's, studying that vaccine in the first place, we should have always included children and pregnant women from the beginning so that we can roll it out to the whole population, not just to the adults over the people over 18. So I do think there's something in there about us all thinking about who are going to be the end users, who are going to be the people who are most vulnerable to these diseases, and make sure we're including them and their needs early on. And I think that's a lesson we all need to learn. And then I'm going to skip over the stuff about test production because I'm no expert on that. But I will come back to David's point about the end user innovating and involvement of universities and particularly local universities. And I completely agree, actually. At MSF, we've been working an awful lot with universities, including in countries like Kenya and South Africa, but mainly and Uzbekistan and Belarus and other places, but mainly on things like either clinical trials or collaborating on education programs. So we run a master's program in collaboration with multiple universities. But yeah, why not start thinking of the university as being maybe the hub of an innovation network? And universities have their own networks as well, so we can take advantage of the networks between universities and sort of link into them as well. And I think my sort of final sort of point is that collaboration and coordination is probably going to be essential moving forwards in general between sectors, between organizations, because tech is evolving so quickly. And also the world is incredibly unstable right now. And the instability seems to be, getting worse every minute. And so if we don't move on this together, then it's going to be very difficult. We'll end up being very fragmented.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Prashan.
I would add 3 points. The first is I am immensely optimistic when I hear from Sheikh and from Mark, because traditionally we used to accept that if you do affordable high volume manufacturing, then your ability to change over to make small volume will be lower because high volume is about making something. So both a business model at the Tropics and the technology at Sapphirose is today enabling us to not think of it that as a trade-off, but saying we can achieve both of them together. That will solve the problem that if you need diagnostics for a small volume disease, you will get it at least on the manufacturing side. So very exciting. This is also a unique place to bring in user-centered research and universities into the business model. Sheikh's ability to do that at the Tropics, I'm going to be provocative, is much higher than for a large global life sciences company in Asia working with the Sheikh Anta University in Dakar. He can go and call the phone and they will make it happen, right? So that's the unique perspective that's happening because of the Tropics or models like this. The second point is related to development. So I think Nick has brought out the point, we're not developing for mpox or other things. There, I think we've got to ask the payment model for, let's say, malaria diagnostics or for HIV self-test. The payment model is the global entities or the ministries of health who purchase. They want to purchase at the lowest cost for a simplex test. No one wants to pay even a cent more for a duplex test. We talk about a multiplex febrile illness panel, but we continue to pay based on a cost effectiveness criteria, which says, is this test going to give me 18 cents to do malaria screening and diagnosis? We've tried some attempts in the past at UNICEF, other places, to create an explicit incentive structure to say, sure, we'll buy malaria tests or we'll buy certain febrile illness tests, but if you have other things that you can diagnose, we'll pay you a little bit more. And we've got to go to that idea of paying a little bit more, which will incentivize the development, make us ready for mpox, make us have a realistic multiplex febrile illness test. That's the need.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, colleagues and friends. Well, what did we hear? We have to deliver quality care where there is no doctor. We have to maintain cold chain where there is no electricity. We have to register people who have no ID. But we have also to work in partnership because we are not alone. We also have heard that innovation is not only about technology, it's not only about digitalization, it's not only about gadgets. It's about also the way we do things. Now, we seem to discover something that we call today community engagements. Communities have always been there. And then you wonder who should be engaging whom. So I was leading the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent for many years. And when I walked into my office the first day, there was a big sentence there. We are there first and then we leave last. And I took it off, and people wonder why I took it off. So we say we are there first, but who on earth has come to a community and did not find people there? So you come to a place, you find people, and then you say you are there first. So you leave, and then people are staying behind, and then you say, well, we leave last. And then I think that's exactly sometimes, the problem, that we are missing. And that comes to the issue of trust that you've talked about, which is so key. Friends, it's so difficult or almost impossible to build trust in the middle of a crisis. So let's be there before, let's be there during, and let's be there after. I think that accompaniment, of communities along, that cycle, before crisis, during crisis, and after, that may be the only way to build trust. But let's just reflect, on our own self. How many times we'll go into a so-called humanitarian setting, we fly in, and then when we think it succeeds, we fly out, and then we are not to be seen again until next time around there is a shock and crisis. And then we wonder, that, and then we don't have trust. We wonder when sometimes they stoned us, and then we say that there are community resistance. We wonder, that people tell us, why are you coming here with your Ebola? Why are you coming here with your COVID? Not, minding, what they kind of wonder about, and then the challenges they face on a daily basis. And we were not there. And I think that's really where I think we need to sometimes, plead mea culpa, and then see how we can innovate also in the way we approach things, in our ways, I think it's also important here that in partnership, wouldn't miss this opportunity to call on African leaders and African governments to invest in African problems. I think if we don't do that, we will continue to kind of a cry about, our neglected, diseases and our neglected populations. I think, leadership is about finding solution to the problem of the people, and our leaders, should be there, and then everybody else, come, to support, afterwards. I would like to thank the panel, and I would like to thank you, Natalie. You saved this panel because if you're not here, I would not sit here. I will never sit on an all-male panel. So let's also be, in our way, of doing business, that we stay true to what we say when we talk about equity, diversity, and inclusion. So then make sure we practice it in everything that we do. So I think the colleagues today on the screen was talking about, necessity being the mother of innovation. So the necessities are there. So the call to action to all of us. Thank you very much, for this panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists, and thank you, Chairman C, for leaving us with these great words of wisdom. And I think that it inspires all of us, and it gives us something to go back home to and reflect on. Thank you very much. So it's lunch break, but before I leave you, I invite you to network with the startup who are invited, 𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐬, Telowir, Aeon, Tanel Health, Samante. So yeah, discuss with them, discover those startup if you don't know about them, and invest in them. It's important we support our local startups, like Chairman C just said. I also invite you to visit the startup corner right next door, if you have time. And then there were some people who applied for a visit, the campus visit. So the buses will leave at 2:30. So at 2:30, please, we'll ask you to go at the reception, and someone there will lead you to the buses, and we will come back at 3:00. So bon appetit, and see you at 3.
And I'll be with you to the end. And I will follow you everywhere you go. And I'll be with you to the end. You're mine. I'll be with you everywhere you go. You're mine. To the end. Yes, I let you go. Can Wait, you don't be a plan. Wait, And I will follow you everywhere you go. And I'll be with you to the end.
Let's gather the songs to the call. Teach us some more about humility. Oh, can't we see? We denied ourselves of blessings. In the sound we listened of lessons that we should serve the Almighty.
African Bolole, you wala kwali you like. African Bolole, you wala kwali you like.
Africans unite. Africans unite. Africans unite. Africans unite. Oh, no, get the shine on light. Yes, you wanna be an example, but you gotta find the love and let your light shine to mankind. You gotta dig deep down in your soul. You gotta find the love that just gives and shine on light.
Everybody sanga, jamano, nyate nyamadi nyati yalla, kiri kono kota. Nari me koko mayo, namita nima, any man of you in a beach, because you're not.
Africans unite. You're shining, it's so that shine you shine. Africans unite. You get a shine, shine. Get it. See a nation divided months and years. Isn't there the time of life so we can
Anta mujala jimen akuna shiri, shiri, aha, ara jimen akuna shiri, 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 bama, ara bamen akuna shiri, 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 lai, 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 la, la, Sayyidina Muhammad Rasulullah. Yelle koina Musa, yelle ngume Qur'ana, yelle mada koi mayo, mon bigil kutatiya. La mudeta jate po sole, lo sapange mamin koi pero sapanga mu. Sheri, sheri, I need your smile, my love. I need your smile, my love. When you smile in the night, my love, it's like a sunshine before the night break. It's like a sunshine before the night, my love. Yes. Sherry, Sherry. Hey. Baby, yeah. Majid, Kasta Almami, Gran Almami, Rakieto Almami, Yeba Almami, Baila Almami, Ibra Almami, Taifun Ibra Almami, Paraguay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Those who are just joining us this afternoon, I hope you are well. We made it through this morning. We need the same energy. We have a few panels, a few pitches before we end the day, but I hope that everyone is well. So this keynote panel is about innovating at the intersection of health, nutrition, agriculture, climate, and sustainable development. And I've seen people going around and giving away boxes of phono. So the moderator and his panelists will talk about it. And I'm glad about this panel because earlier when we were closing up, Chairman C mentioned it, inclusion. So I'm really happy about this panel because the two panelists are women who will talk about innovation in health. And I would like to invite the moderator to come on stage. And the moderator is a senior advisor for biotechnology at Institut Pasteur de Dakar, Joe Fitchett. And Joe, thank you for this incredible day around innovation. I would like to call also your first panelist. So like I said, we handed out boxes of phono. So I would like to call Laura Layous, who is the CEO of Compagnie Africaine Agroalimentaire. And she will talk about the amazing work that she's doing. And I'm saying that and smiling because I eat a lot of phono and I eat a lot of your Findi phono, a lot of it. The next person I'm going to call is 𝐤𝐴 Dabangom, who's project manager at 𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐬 Ventures. And yes, she will tell you more about 𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐬 Ventures, but I know that Maji is also around and we'll talk more about it. And I think that 𝐤𝐴 will do most of her plaidoyer in French. So there are headsets. If you need headsets for the translation, please just raise your hand and someone will come around and hand you a headset. So can we give, please, a hearty round of applause to our panelist and our moderator.
Alors, toute la matinée était en anglais. Aujourd'hui, ça sera en franglais, si vous me le permettez. Et nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir aujourd'hui. Vraiment ravis. We are thrilled to have so many innovators, so many startups, investors, scientists, business leaders, all coming together to talk about how we take one of these incredible ideas and make them into reality. And I think we heard this morning just how hard it can be. I think everyone is unified by the perseverance that is required. But I hope you picked up, like I did, on just how inspiring each of these individuals are when they do persevere with their amazing ideas. And so I have the pleasure of speaking with two project founders, company founders today. Et à ce point-là, je vais convertir en français. Et je sais que Laura va peut-être me répondre en anglais. Est-ce que c'est le cas? Peut-être. So we have to guess with the headset. So bear with us as we do the session in franglais. So I'd love to hand over first to Laura Layous, who will be sharing a bit about her journey as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, and telling you a bit about her company first. And over to you, Laura.
Okay, ça marche. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Layous, and I'm the managing director of the Compagnie Africaine Agroalimentaire. We're going to shorten it to CAA. At CAA, our will is to exploit the potential of phono and make it a driver of sustainable development, nutrition, and economic growth. Our company is the first and only phono facility in the world. We have international standards and a certification to meet the global demand. Our goal is through our innovation and production scaling to make it more affordable to the global market, but also, most importantly, the Senegalese and African market, by keeping it while keeping its nutrition benefits, which are like phono is rich in amino acids, gluten-free, and highly digestible. So today I'm really happy to have this platform to talk about my passion. Thank you, Joe. Even if you tried phono for the first time yesterday.
Oh, you gave away my secret.
Thank you.
Yes, I felt I had to.
And talk about the journey of CAA and how innovation in agriculture and food processing can also tackle global challenges such as health and climate change. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I think now we'll go to a short video.
Yes.
If we may.
I'm here in Dakar, Senegal, and I'm learning about fonio. Fonio is an ancient grain native to West Africa, and it doesn't need a lot of water to grow, which helps when there are droughts due to climate change.
Fonio is difficult to harvest because fonio is so small. It has the same size of sand, and to get it unpeeled, the women either grind it or do it with their feet. So the process is very physical. So it takes 6 to 7 hours to wash it, dry it, then pre-cook it, and even after that, you can have sand in the fonio.
𝐿'𝐸𝐬𝐧 and her brothers run the company CAA. I toured their plant, and it was fascinating to see the way they've modernized fonio processing.
We developed the first automated processing facility of fonio with our partner, 𝐤'𝐳 So the process line that you see behind me is actually based on the same process that the women have been doing on the field for centuries. But better cleaning, we have a sand-free fonio, better cooking, better drying.
The design of this was fairly unique.
We have a 1 ton capacity, and we are upgrading the capacity by the end of the month to 5 tons per 8 hours.
Wow.
We hope that we can convince the farmer here to get back to produce fonio. We're going to work directly with them, train them, so we can pay them a fair price. It's worth it because fonio originated from here. It's full of nutrients. It needs less water than rice to be cultivated. It's essential because we don't have to import it. We can cultivate it here. So having fonio produced here at a larger scale will give us food sufficiency.
Fantastic. It's fantastic to see those images, and you've brought a few more images with you. We have a clicker here. You should be able to move forward. Can you talk us through these images and your journey?
Yes. So this is to show you how small fonio is. So it's the fonio paddy. The problem with fonio and why it has been neglected compared to other crops like rice or wheat, it's that the behavior of the plant, it bends. And since the grain is very small, it mixes with the sands. So farmers take it, it's hard for them to harvest fonio. This is a fonio decorticated and pre-cooked. That's again the video.
Is it moving automatically?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pause it. No, I'm zooming in. This is it's fonio.
We're fast.
Oh, very good. Don't give me technology, I think is the lesson here. Show me how to do it. Press it down. I don't think so. There we go. Aha. Aha. I see. It's like a joystick. I think we'll pause here unless someone could help me. This is terrible.
And that's the final product after the processing, which is in the boxes that we gave you with the instruction that are on the boxes for cooking, and you'll have this. And there is a QR code on the boxes with recipes. So if you don't know how to use fonio, you can check the recipes.
Fantastic. And I mean, you've been through such a journey over the last few years. Is there anything that you wish, and this will be a question for you both, that you wish that you had learned earlier in your journey? Thank you. Ah, fantastic. That looks like it's good.
Yes. I wish someone had told me how much it's hard to work with the rural world and farmers and the risks that it implies. But it's also very rewarding and this. And the system here, it's very difficult for entrepreneurs here. I was an entrepreneur in France, and I felt more supported by the government than here in Senegal. No offense.
And what's better about setting up a company here?
Senegal?
What is better?
Oh, Senegal for sure.
Yeah, that's good. Ndeye-Marie, c'est un plaisir de vous accueillir aujourd'hui et d'être parmi nous. J'aimerais maintenant peut-être proposer que vous vous introduisiez votre projet avec Wellner et 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐵 Ventures, et je vous partagerai le clicker après pour parler un peu des photos que vous avez partagées.
Merci beaucoup, Joe. Bonsoir à tout le monde. C'est également un honneur pour moi d'être présent ce soir pour partager l'histoire de Wellner. Moi, à la base, je suis ingénieur agroalimentaire. J'ai travaillé presque une dizaine d'années dans le tiers sud du Sénégal sur la transformation du mil, du maïs et du riz. Donc, mon parcours entrepreneurial a vraiment pris forme lorsque j'ai rejoint 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐵 Ventures et pour le développement de Wellner, qui est une entreprise sociale, une solution contre la malnutrition, donc qui est portée par 𝐥'𝐬𝐧 Health Plus. 𝐥'𝐬𝐧 Health Plus est une initiative de 𝐥'𝐬𝐧 Ventures et de l'Institut Pasteur de Dakar. Et nous avons développé cette solution Wellner, qui est une contraction de wellness, qui veut dire bien-être en anglais, et ner, qui veut dire bon goût, délicieux en wolof, Wellner. Donc, une solution qui combine le bon goût et les bienfaits nutritionnels pour lutter contre la malnutrition. Mais Wellner, c'est une solution snacking contre la malnutrition. Donc, pourquoi une solution snacking? Parce que ces dernières années, les habitudes alimentaires ont fortement évolué. Il y a beaucoup de changements. L'alimentation de rue s'est développée. Il y a un besoin croissant pour les options d'alimentation rapide. Il y a des études qui montrent à Dakar, par exemple, près de 50% de la population prend au moins un repas en dehors de leur domicile, et le snacking est parfaitement intégré dans leur régime. Et donc, parallèlement également, on observe des carences en micronutriments qui persistent et qui ciblent notamment le zinc et le fer, qui touchent près de la moitié des femmes et des enfants. Et nous avons orienté notre solution vers des produits snacking, donc principalement des biscuits fortifiés faits à base de mil, de maïs et de sorgho. Le développement de cette solution-là a suivi une démarche qui est propre, particulière à 𝐥'𝐬𝐧 Ventures, mais également nous avons prêté attention à la complexité, la problématique de la malnutrition. Donc, pour résoudre la malnutrition, nous avons adopté une démarche intégrée, parce que nous savons que la solution ne réside pas simplement au fait de mettre sur le marché un produit nutritif et sain, mais également nous agissons sur plusieurs autres axes, au-delà de la fortification, qui est une technique éprouvée, efficace, pratiquée dans plusieurs pays depuis des dizaines d'années. Nous agissons au niveau des chaînes d'approvisionnement en travaillant avec des petits producteurs agricoles, mais également les groupements féminins pour nous approvisionner en céréales, mais aussi pour faire la première étape, la transformation primaire de ces céréales-là en farine. Et c'est cette farine qui est utilisée au niveau de notre usine de production pour fabriquer les biscuits. Le second axe de collaboration sur ces premiers axes-là, donc en travaillant avec les femmes et les petits producteurs, nous leur offrons des revenus, des sources de revenus qui leur permettent de pouvoir accéder, se payer des aliments sains et nutritifs. Donc ça, c'est un point. Le deuxième point, c'est que nous travaillons fortement avec la communauté à travers l'éducation nutritionnelle. C'est bien d'avoir des produits nutritifs, c'est bien de donner des revenus aux femmes, aux communautés vulnérables, mais il est mieux de leur faire comprendre que leur choix alimentaire a un impact réel sur leur santé. Et donc, à travers des activités de sensibilisation, une forte communication, nous donnons aux consommateurs, aux populations, les informations nécessaires pour leur permettre de faire des choix judicieux pour leur santé. Et sur cet axe-là, nous collaborons avec l'association des Badjanougo, les marraines de quartier, donc qui jouent un rôle prépondérant dans le système de santé au Sénégal. Elles sont fortement impliquées dans les programmes qui touchent la santé de la mère et de l'enfant. Et dans le cadre de 𝐤'𝐻, elles sont impliquées pour les activités de sensibilisation au niveau communautaire. Et notre dernier axe porte sur l'écosystème. Ça a été mentionné sur les panels précédents. Donc, les synergies, le développement des synergies, des collaborations sont importantes pour pouvoir adresser les enjeux qui touchent la santé. Et dans cet axe-là, nous prévoyons de mettre en place un cadre qui va regrouper différents acteurs, donc pour catalyser les efforts des gouvernements, du secteur privé, de la société civile autour de cette problématique de la nutrition, faire en sorte que les interventions soient plus sensibles à la nutrition pour pouvoir vraiment parvenir à adresser cette problématique de manière holistique. Voilà, c'est ça, 𝐤'𝐻.
Merci. Et Marie, merci beaucoup. Je vous félicite pour ce travail. Je vais partager peut-être le clicker avec vous. Vous nous avez partagé quelques photos. On vous remercie d'en discuter. Mais juste avant, does anyone else need a headset? You'll need it for the pitches later. So if you could make yourself known for a headset to the AV, that'll be great.
Alors ça, c'est des photos du développement de 𝐤'𝐻. Donc, ça a commencé dans un laboratoire, donc avec des essais de recettes, de différents types de recettes sur les biscuits avec du mil, du maïs, du sorgho, parfois du riz. Et voilà, donc c'est des panels de discussion, c'est des échanges autour de la problématique, c'est des tests de dégustation avec les consommateurs. Nous avons travaillé ici avec l'Université de Dakar, l'École supérieure polytechnique, où nous avons mené plusieurs tests pour pouvoir vraiment parfaire notre produit et notre formule. Parce que au-delà d'offrir un produit nutritif, il faut que le produit puisse répondre aux attentes gustatives du consommateur. Et c'est ce qui a fait que nous nous sommes fortement penchés sur le développement des formules des biscuits 𝐤'𝐻.
Vous avez mentionné dégustation. Et souvent, on ajoute beaucoup de sucre pour le goût. Est-ce que vous trouvez que ça, c'est quelque chose facile à réduire dans votre domaine de travail?
Le sucre.
Le sucre.
Le sucre, c'est pas évident de le réduire parce que c'est un exhausteur de goût. Les consommateurs sont habitués à manger des aliments qui sont soit très sucrés, très gras, et c'est difficile de leur faire comprendre que ça a des effets néfastes sur la santé. Et c'est pourquoi nous avons intégré dans la démarche de 𝐤'𝐻 tout un axe qui est consacré à l'éducation nutritionnelle. Donc, on est conscient qu'il faut une forte communication, il faut beaucoup sensibiliser les consommateurs pour qu'ils acceptent de revoir leurs choix pour vraiment pouvoir opter vers des options, des produits qui sont plus sains et nutritifs pour eux, pour leur santé.
Merci. Et vous avez essayé le phono ou pas encore?
Je connais le phono, pas Findi, mais peut-être 𝐤'𝐻𝐧𝐶 Africa. Oui, voilà, je connais ce phono-là. J'ai aussi vécu à Tambacounda, c'est la zone où c'est produit, et je connaissais un aliment très riche, très
Dans les
nutritif.
biscuits. Je vous remercie. We'll open it up to questions now to the audience. So, any questions for our two panelists today? Okay. Et en attendant, voilà, je disais, si vous avez des questions, il y a Annie Case. Merci. En attendant ces questions, Marie, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui vous a surpris pendant votre parcours en établissant ce projet particulièrement?
Oui, c'était un peu la difficulté à vraiment pouvoir prendre en considération les besoins en termes gustatifs pour l'élaboration des formules parce que les goûts sont assez divers Et ça a pris beaucoup de temps pour arriver à élaborer une formule qui correspond, qui répond aux attentes des consommateurs. Ça, c'est une chose. Une deuxième chose, c'est que les produits sont faits à base de mil, maïs et sorgho. Donc, d'habitude, les biscuits qu'on a, c'est à base de blé. Et il y a une certaine différence en termes de goût par rapport à ces produits-là. Et ce qui fait que la formulation est encore un peu plus difficile. L'autre aspect, c'est ce que j'ai développé tout à l'heure par rapport à l'éducation nutritionnelle. On pense que c'est évident, mais le consommateur lambda, quand il achète un produit, donc, ce qui regarde, le premier critère, c'est le goût, c'est le prix. Après, les apports nutritifs viennent en dernière position. Et donc, se battre pour faire monter ce critère-là en deuxième ou première position. Donc, ça demande du travail, de la communication. Et c'est quelque chose parfois quand on démarre un projet, on ne l'estime pas de manière assez exacte. Et c'est au fur et à mesure qu'on avance qu'on se rend compte que ça nécessite des moyens et du temps.
Oui, ma question, c'est par rapport justement aux apports calorifiques. Et si vous tendez à pouvoir exporter ces produits à l'étranger, vous devez vraiment faire attention sur la base des réglementations internationales. Donc, je ne sais pas comment ça va se passer là. Mais il faut, si on regarde en termes de volume au-delà du Sénégal, ça veut dire qu'il faut faire attention dans ce domaine sur le plan international parce que là, en matière de viabilité de votre projet, il faut y penser. Donc, même ma question revient sur le point particulier des tranches d'âge. Je vous vois dans votre étude, vous allez dans les universités pour les qualités des produits. Mais les biscuits, là, c'est les plus petits, là. Qu'est-ce que vous faites avec eux, là? Parce que c'est ça également, être à même de toucher les tranches sociales, les tranches, voilà. Et puis voir et ajuster vos produits par rapport à la demande. Juste une question naïve, hein? Voilà. Merci.
On va prendre une seconde question aussi. Je pense que Prashant avait une question. Front row.
My question is to both the panelists. Packaged food is the industry where we hear that overcoming the barriers of the existing companies in the channel, which means the existing players who make processed food available through routine channels, retail, wholesale, overcoming the barriers of route to market is extremely hard. That's why new packaged food producers oftentimes never achieve big scale. So your views on how did you find this? How did you overcome this?
Fantastic. Perhaps we can start with that question, Laura.
So our first competitors would be other cereals. So pasta, rice. Overcoming it, it's one of the biggest challenge because we have to raise awareness around phono. So this we do it. We work with a lot of chefs. So here they serve phono and other hotels, and we also work with schools. And this is how we're overcoming it. I'm sorry, someone was talking to me. So this is how, but it's a challenge. But for the last 6 months, Findi has started with 1 point of sale and now has over 50 point of sale. So we're really happy, and we're building a strong customer base that always come back and asking for phono and for Findi's phono. So we're happy, and it's very promising for us.
Marie, peut-être la question autour des dégustations avec les enfants et les autres groupes.
Oui, ils font partie de nos cibles principales. Ils sont pas apparus sur des photos, mais le pilote que nous sommes en train de développer, parce que nous démarrons par un pilote à petite échelle avant de pouvoir passer à grande échelle. Nous travaillons avec des écoles du département de Dakar, de la région de Dakar, avec 5 écoles élémentaires de la région de Dakar, et nous mettons à disposition des biscuits pour suivre comment est-ce qu'ils le prennent, comment ils l'apprécient, est-ce qu'il y a des choses à corriger, est-ce que ça a un impact réel sur leur profil nutritionnel, est-ce que ça a un impact par rapport à à leurs résultats scolaires, etc. Et donc, ils sont au centre du développement de wellness. Ils ne sont pas laissés en rade. Ils n'apparaissent pas sur les photos, mais ils sont inclus quand même.
Merci. Papa Marona, le monsieur derrière. Allez-y.
Hello to everyone. I have a question for Marie. So when I see my nephew, for example, they ask every time for biscuit, they ask for the bread, they ask for Oreo when they just taste the Oreo or the Nutella biscuits. They are so happy and they don't want to change. So, which strategy you have you can put in place to convince them or to convince the parents that you can concurrence this big brand like Oreo, for example. Thank you.
Tout une question autour de branding, autour
Ouais.
des biscuits. Très intéressant. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions en attendant? Peut-être, cher Tidiane, et après on pourra répondre à...
Allô, ok, merci beaucoup. On a l'habitude de dire que nous sommes ce que nous mangeons. Donc, je pense qu'il y a un lien qui est extrêmement entre la médecine et l'alimentaire. Donc, de ce point de vue, c'est extrêmement important d'intégrer ces céréales au niveau de l'alimentation par vos biscuits. Ma question, c'était de savoir quels sont les différents céréales que vous avez eu à tester. Est-ce que vous avez essayé de pousser plus loin pour voir, parce qu'il y en a beaucoup que toutes ces populations utilisent au Sénégal et en Afrique de l'Ouest pour essayer d'intéresser beaucoup plus les populations. Et l'autre aspect aussi, je pense que vous êtes déjà peut-être sur le marché. Quelles sont les stratégies marketing? Parce que je pense que quelqu'un l'a dit tout à l'heure. C'est pas facile de changer les comportements alimentaires. Surtout, ça existe tellement de variétés. Vu que vous avez un apport de plus sur le plan santé, de ce que vous recommandez, donc quelles sont les stratégies que vous avez mis en place pour essayer de toucher toutes ces personnes-là? The other question is for the fonio. It's a food used for all the people living in West Africa. Did you try to penetrate all this country to have a big market and to see how to impact in all those people using the fonio, if it's not still just in Senegal? So this is the other question. Thank you.
Youssef, merci beaucoup. Et peut-être la dernière question. On a deux dernières questions, alors on va attendre, on va répondre et puis on vous revient. Super. Il y a des questions autour du marketing, du branding et aussi autour du go-to-market dans d'autres pays.
C'est vrai, en termes de biscuits, le marché il est assez fourni. Il y a beaucoup de références très diverses. Et faire entrer des biscuits à base de 1000 maïs sorgho sur les habitudes des consommateurs va nécessiter un fort travail de marketing. Donc, nous avons en premier lieu misé sur le goût, d'où l'appellation wellness. Donc, on fait en sorte que le goût vraiment puisse correspondre aux attentes des consommateurs pour d'abord les accrocher et par la suite mettre en avant tout ce qui est aspect nutritionnel, tout ce qui est bien fait pour la santé. Et pour prendre en charge cela, nous avons pensé à constituer notre entreprise en entreprise sociale. Donc, de ce fait, nous pouvons compter sur des partenariats, sur des collaborations pour pouvoir prendre en charge tout ce travail-là de marketing social, d'éducation nutritionnelle. Et également, notre pilote, comme je l'ai dit, je le répète, est déroulé dans des écoles. Donc, passer par les enfants, c'est les éduquer, c'est faire en sorte qu'ils puissent capter le message, le transmettre le transmettre à leurs parents et pouvoir grandir avec cette conscience nutritionnelle-là, on va dire.
Merci. Laura, what about the scale outside of Senegal?
Alors, ça marche. C'est prévu de s'étendre sur la zone ouest africaine déjà. On voulait d'abord être prophète dans notre pays. Donc, on essaie vraiment d'abord d'éduquer le consommateur sénégalais sur ce que le fonio peut lui apporter versus le riz par rapport, parce qu'on sait que le fonio est plus coûteux déjà que le riz. Donc, on travaille avec des influenceurs qui ont un rayonnement sur toute la zone ouest africaine pour expliquer que même si c'est cher, 500 grammes de fonio, ça nourrit beaucoup plus de personnes que, par exemple, 500 grammes de riz et les bienfaits. Donc, on essaie de travailler avec des personnes clés qui vont avoir des rayonnements sur toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest pour quand on va dérouler notre plan de développement, il y aura déjà un petit rayonnement sur la marque Findy.
Super. Nous avons 2 questions ici. Est-ce que Prashant voulait une petite question après, maintenant? Ça peut attendre? Non? Oui. OK. On a une réponse pour vous après.
Merci, Joe. Très belle présentation. On parle de production locale. Je vais parler en français. Hein. On parle de production locale pour la santé. Donc, forcément, ça m'intéresse. Lorsque j'ai vu, en fait, donc le paquet de fognons, en tout cas, merci beaucoup. La première chose que j'ai regardé, c'est est-ce qu'il comportait la mention sans gluten. Pourquoi? Parce que je suis sénégalais, je suis né, j'ai grandi au Sénégal. Je n'avais jamais mangé de fognon jusqu'à 1 an. Pourquoi? Parce que j'ai un membre de ma famille qui a la maladie cœliaque, qui est intolérant au gluten. Et par des recherches, on a su que le gluten n'était pas contenu dans le fognon. Et donc, la question que je demande, c'est, comment vous faites pour que le produit soit mieux connu des Sénégalais? Et de 2, comment vous faites également pour pouvoir vraiment sensibiliser les populations pour qu'ils sachent qu'il y a des aliments qui ne comportent pas de gluten et qui connaissent peut-être mieux la maladie cœliaque également. Merci.
Super question, cher. Et moi, c'est le fognon hier. C'est délicieux. Xavier, dernière question avant Prashant et après... Prashant. Oui. Prashant. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir le microphone pour Prashant, s'il vous plaît? C'est pour la traduction, as for the translator. Thank you.
This is about your response to expanding into West African markets. What we've seen with TEF in Ethiopia, for example, is while as TEF made it to the Michelin star restaurants in London, New York, and Paris, the price for TEF in Ethiopia went up. The communities which were traditionally the biggest consumers of TEF started feeling the pains of an increasing price. So as Tonio becomes more popular through your awareness programs and starts showing up in the nicer restaurants in Dakar, what happens to the price to the communities to whom Tonio was already a staple diet? What are the efforts your company is doing to safeguard that there is not a price impact on them and the supply continues to increase in parallel with demand?
Fantastic question.
Okay.
Oui.
Je peux le faire en français?
Oui, absolument.
Donc, je vais commencer par vous répondre. Les efforts qui sont faits, justement, le problème du fonio, c'est qu'il n'y a pas eu de recherche sur la plante en elle-même. Donc, on est en train de faire beaucoup de lobbying auprès d'autorités. On travaille avec des universités, le CERAS, pour augmenter le rendement du fonio. Le fonio est une céréale beaucoup plus chère que les autres céréales, c'est pour ça aussi qu'on est en compétition, et même plus cher que le riz local, qui lui est plus cher que le riz importé. Donc, on est en train de faire du lobbying là-dessus. On fait aussi énormément de training auprès des fermiers qui cultivaient le fonio de manière ancestrale, parce que c'était quelque chose qui avait été passé de famille de père en fille ou de mère en fille surtout. Donc, on travaille sur ces 2 points-là pour rendre déjà la récolte moins compliquée et moins dure, qui pourrait justifier une baisse de prix avec un meilleur rendement, déjà. Et ensuite, nous, on préserve une quote-part du fonio qu'on achète auprès des agriculteurs, on leur rend directement, qui gardent, on n'achète pas la totalité de leur production, parce que on a commencé à travailler avec des producteurs qui historiquement faisaient du fonio et qui ne le vendaient pas et l'utilisaient juste pour leur propre consommation. Et donc, on aimerait maintenir ce genre de pratique, même si aujourd'hui, on travaille avec d'autres producteurs et on leur apprend qui ne faisaient pas de fonio, on leur apprend à faire du fonio.
Merci. Et peut-être le dernier mot pour Cher. Et après, on
Alors,
continuera.
pour Cher, pour le moment au Sénégal, on ne connaît pas trop ce qui est sans gluten. Les maladies cœliaques, je suis cœliaque, ne sont pas, on va dire, vulgarisées. Donc, c'est vrai que c'est pas la chose sur laquelle on va communiquer le plus. En termes de santé, on va travailler avec énormément de diabétologues et d'endocrinologues pour tout l'aspect diabète. Il y a 8% de la population sénégalaise qui est atteinte de diabète, la population adulte, et c'est une tendance qui est en train de monter. Donc oui, on est juste en dessous de la tendance mondiale, mais c'est déjà beaucoup. Et si on va dans les régions de Saint-Louis, où on consomme beaucoup de riz, on est au-delà de 12% de la population adulte qui a du diabète. Donc, on va passer par ces canaux-là et eux vont véhiculer aussi tout l'aspect sans gluten. Mais c'est vrai que c'est pas celui-ci qu'on véhicule le plus ici.
Please join me in thanking our innovators and panelists.
Merci beaucoup, Joe. Merci beaucoup, Laurent. Merci beaucoup, Marie. Et Joe, je comprends maintenant pourquoi tu as mis ce panel à cette heure-ci. Tu savais que les gens allaient vouloir faire la sieste après le déjeuner. Tout le monde s'est réveillé quand on parle de nutrition, de nourriture. Tout le monde est à l'écoute. C'était super. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Laura, pour le partage. Merci beaucoup, Ndeye-Marie. Et bon courage avec les enfants. Effectivement, c'est pas évident, mais ça marche quand le goût y est. For the next panel, on va parler de 7-minute pitch and l'Institut Pasteur Innovation Prize. I would like to call Maggie Sok, who's the managing director of 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬 Group. She has over 26 years of experience in the implementation of management of projects in Africa. Maggie is going to moderate this panel and she will tell us about the Innovation Prize. So we have 6 panelists that include David Good from King's College, Cambridge. David? Mariam Job from IFC and Dakar Network Angels. Mohamed Njai, IPD and Dakar Network Angels. Moussa Traoré, IPD. Richard Gordon, qu'on avait ce matin. Jody Jones, Africa Partners Collective. We'll find the others. We'll find the others. We will find the others. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists and to Maggie? Maggie, the floor is yours et je pense que Richard va rejoindre.
Hey, bonjour tout le monde. Un peu plus d'énergie parce qu'on a les entrepreneurs qui viennent pitcher, donc il faut qu'ils viennent avec beaucoup d'énergie. Bonjour tout le monde. Voilà. Je sais que c'est la digestion en cours, mais on va s'y mettre pour leur donner plein d'énergie. C'est vraiment un plaisir d'être là. Moi, je suis Maggie Sok. Je suis la Managing Director de 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬 Group. Je ne vais pas vous rentrer dans les détails, mais vraiment un plaisir de pouvoir faciliter la discussion aujourd'hui. On va discuter, écouter, je vais dire, des pitchers, des entrepreneurs, des innovateurs. Je pense que nous en avons 5. Ils vont chacun pitcher pendant 7 minutes. Ensuite, il y aura 3 minutes que le panel va poser des questions. 3 minutes de questions. Je vais vraiment essayer d'être hyper stricte sur le temps pour qu'on soit tous très équitables. Alors, je vais demander à nos panélistes très rapidement dire leur nom et leur institution, très rapidement pour qu'on sache qui est qui. Et comme ça, quand vous poserez les questions, vous n'aurez pas à vous présenter et on aura un temps équitable pour tout le monde. Et j'ai décidé de le faire en français. Comme je pense beaucoup de pitch seront en français, donc on va essayer de faire cette session en français. So a quick introduction, your name, your institution, so that when when you ask questions, you don't have to introduce yourself again.
Very good. Well, I'm David Good from King's College, Cambridge. I've worked a lot on entrepreneurship and how we develop the entrepreneurial mindset. So that's my take on this business. I've also seen a lot of startup pitches and taught people how to do them.
I'm Jodie Jones. I'm Interim Director with the Africa Partners Collective, which is a group of about 60 philanthropies investing in health. And I'm also a fundraiser. So I'm pleased to be sitting on this side of the panel. And I would love to request a headset if possible, just in case I miss anything. Thank you.
Yes, I think I should get mine too.
So my name is Mohamed Jai. I'm here wearing two hats today because I'm a senior advisor with Institut Pasteur de Dakar, but I'm also a board member for an angel network called Dakar Network Angels, which invests in Francophone Africa at seed level in Francophone Africa and beyond. Thank you.
Très bien. Je pense qu'on a un ou deux autres évaluateurs cachés. On les présentera au fur et à mesure. Voilà. Ils ne sont pas cachés intentionnellement. Je vous dire, il y a plus de personnes qui sont en train d'évaluer. Pour ceux qui vont pitcher, je vais juste vous donner la liste pour que les différentes personnes puissent se préparer, l'ordre dans lequel on va faire tout ça. 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐶, Sénégal, elle va passer en premier, suivi de 𝐷, suivi de Take Care for All, ensuite santé, et enfin 𝐸𝐚. Voilà, je pense que tout le monde est là. Donc voilà l'ordre qu'on va suivre. Donc si 𝐥'𝐬𝐧 Sénégal peut commencer à se préparer. Et on va m'aider pour le timing, même si je vais essayer de bien regarder mon téléphone. Et juste très rapidement, le temps que vous vous installiez, qu'on s'assure que Vous avez des diapos?
Oui.
D'accord. On va s'assurer que les diapos sont projetés. Voilà. Et je reviendrai, je vais le dire une bonne fois pour toutes par rapport à l'évaluation. Donc, juste pour rappel, on va regarder l'impact, l'innovation, l'exécution, les capacités de leadership et valued to effort. Donc, voilà un peu les critères qui seront notés par les différentes personnes. Vous êtes prêts? Le clicker. C'est qui a le clicker? Magnifique, merci. Et si vous avez besoin des équipements pour l'interprétariat, s'il vous plaît, levez la main et quelqu'un va vous aider pour ça. Are we ready?
Je suis prêt.
Alors, allons-y, 7 minutes.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Kevin, je suis le directeur développement d'une entreprise privée à impact social qui s'appelle 𝐥'𝐬𝐧 et qui a été créée par une ONG qui porte le nom de Bibliothèques sans frontières et qui agit depuis 17 ans dans plus de 30 pays. Alors j'ai une première confession à faire, c'est que à 𝐥'𝐬𝐧, on n'est pas des experts santé. Mais si on est là, c'est pour une raison et je vais y venir. Mais je dois d'abord commencer par ce qu'on fait pour vous montrer le projet qu'on déploie grâce à l'Institut Pasteur et au Grand Challenge. Ce qu'on fait à 𝐥'𝐬𝐧, c'est qu'on va créer des contenus adaptés aux contextes locaux, qu'on va diffuser et utiliser ensuite la data qu'on aura collectée. Si je le fais très rapidement, créer des contenus qui sont adaptés aux contextes locaux, on le fait sur 3 thématiques. L'éducation, l'employabilité et la santé, dont on va parler juste après. Pourquoi est-ce que ce point, ce pilier est très important? C'est parce qu'on parle de contenus qui sont vraiment percutants pour les bénéficiaires qui vont les regarder et les utiliser. Donc des contenus qui doivent être compris autant dans le fond que dans la forme par ces bénéficiaires-là. Donc on va créer ces contenus qu'on va intégrer dans des parcours de formation à destination des professionnels ou des parcours de sensibilisation à destination des populations. Et on va diffuser ce contenu de 2 manières différentes, notamment. La première manière, je vous invite à le faire, vous pouvez prendre votre téléphone, vous pouvez tous prendre votre téléphone pour me soutenir. Et vous pouvez aller sur votre App Store ou Android Store et télécharger l'application 𝐥'𝐬𝐧, 𝐥'𝐬𝐧. Sur cette application, vous allez retrouver des parcours de formation et d'éducation sur différentes thématiques, comme je viens de le dire à l'instant. Mais on a décidé, alors je ne sais pas s'il y a un laser là-dessus, je ne vais pas tenter, mais on a décidé de pouvoir rendre nos parcours inclusifs. On en parlait ce matin, on en parlait encore tout à l'heure, pour pouvoir les distribuer dans des zones, même des zones les plus reculées, qui n'ont pas accès à une connexion Internet. Et pour ça, tous les parcours de sensibilisation ou de formation qu'on va créer, on va les intégrer dans des cartes micro SD, comme vous voyez au milieu juste ici, pour pouvoir permettre à, par exemple, l'agent de santé communautaire et la 𝐤'𝐳𝐵, comme on en parlait à l'instant, qui se trouve entre Podor et Matam, de pouvoir suivre un parcours de formation précis, même si elle est dans une zone qui n'a pas accès à une connexion Internet. Nous, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, on travaille sur des sujets d'éducation, d'employabilité, mais aussi de santé, et c'est la raison de ma présence ici aujourd'hui. On est parti d'un problème. On parlait des 𝐤'𝐳𝐵, de dispensaires de soins à domicile, de ces agents de santé qui sont en réalité la porte d'entrée du système de soins au Sénégal et en Afrique. Et ces agents de santé communautaires, elles, plus précisément, jouent un rôle central dans la prévention des épidémies, la vaccination, la prise en charge des pathologies et la santé maternelle et infantile. Le problème, c'est que ces agents de santé, pour ceux qui connaissent un peu le Sénégal, prenons entre Podor et Matam, on a 8 heures de route de Dakar. Donc elles se trouvent dans des zones rurales extrêmement isolées et ne sont pas inclus dans des programmes de formation ou de mise à jour de leur savoir. Et on se retrouve du coup avec des agents de santé communautaires qui n'ont pas accès à une formation continue et n'ont pas accès à une information médicale actualisée, ce qui, dans le meilleur des cas, est dangereux. Notre solution, une solution que l'on a développée avec 𝐥'𝐬𝐧, c'est qu'on a construit un parcours de formation, un parcours de 19 modules de formation que les agents de santé communautaire ont directement dans leur téléphone, peu importe si elles sont dans une zone qui a accès à une connexion Internet ou pas. Ce parcours de formation, il contient 19 modules sur tout un tas de thématiques. Les maladies, la connaissance des maladies, le diagnostic, la prise en charge et la relation avec le patient. Dans ce parcours de formation, on intègre des cas pratiques et des exercices pour tester la montée en compétences des apprenantes et valider qu'elles ont bien acquis certaines connaissances. Et j'y viens, j'ai presque épuisé mon temps, mais j'y viens. La raison pour laquelle on est là aujourd'hui, c'est un chatbot. Un chatbot qu'on va ajouter, qui est une brique supplémentaire à cette plateforme de formation des agents de santé communautaire. Un chatbot qui a la particularité de fonctionner complètement offline. On va y revenir après. On parle d'une intelligence artificielle et d'un assistant qui fonctionne sans aucune data. Ce chatbot, c'est un modèle de langage open source, qui est un point qui est très important, qui est entraîné sur un deuxième point qui est très important, sur un corpus documentaire médical sénégalais. L'idée, c'est de pouvoir créer et générer des réponses pour aider ces agents de santé communautaire, des réponses qui soient vraiment utiles et donc des réponses qui soient contextualisées à l'endroit où elles se trouvent. Et pour ça, on a besoin d'entraîner cette IA et ce chatbot en lui donnant à manger, en quelque sorte, d'un maximum de data qui sont contextualisées spécifiquement au Sénégal. Comment est-ce que ça fonctionne? Je vais prendre un tout petit peu de temps parce que j'ai besoin de pouvoir montrer sur la slide. Est-ce qu'on a un micro? Je peux vous cliquer sur... Super. Comment est-ce que je suis désolé, messieurs, dames, les jurys. Comment est-ce que ça fonctionne? Le premier écran qui est juste là, vous voyez un petit micro. Donc l'agent de santé communautaire, c'est un peu flou ici, on voit mieux là-bas. L'agent de santé communautaire va pouvoir poser une question à son téléphone, à son assistant, et son assistant va lui générer une réponse. Donc c'est le deuxième écran que vous voyez juste ici. Son assistant va lui générer une réponse avec un texte et elle pourra écouter la réponse si elle ne peut pas lire, par exemple. Et en plus de ça, l'assistant, le chatbot, va lui donner les sources de la réponse qui a été générée. Et tout ce modèle-là, le plaidoyer qu'on porte, c'est... Le plaidoyer que l'on porte, c'est une IA frugale, offline et contextualisée qui soit vraiment utile aux populations en Afrique. Je pense que j'ai presque épuisé mon temps. 1 minute. Et j'ai pas forcément les compétences de rentrer dans l'explication de ce système. Il y a une seule flèche dont je voudrais vous parler qui est la flèche la plus importante de ce modèle. C'est la flèche intégration du contenu, celle que l'on voit un peu en pointillé. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Quand l'agent de santé communautaire va poser une question à son téléphone, ça va lui générer une réponse. Si cette réponse ne convient pas à l'agent de santé communautaire, on va sortir du cadre offline, donc on va passer online. Ce sera envoyé à nos serveurs à Cajou qui vont traiter la demande et générer une réponse. Dans les 24 heures qui suivent la demande de l'agent de santé communautaire, elle va recevoir un SMS ou une notification lui disant que sa réponse est prête et est disponible. Et ce qu'on va faire, nous, c'est qu'on va intégrer cette réponse dans la base de données. Cette étape-là est super importante. Je prends 30 secondes de plus. À tout un tas de niveaux, cette étape est super importante parce que ça veut dire deux choses. La première, c'est que plus le... J'entends, je suis là. La première, c'est que plus le chatbot est utilisé, plus il est performant. Plus le chatbot est utilisé, plus l'assistant est utilisé, plus il est contextualisé. Donc imaginons demain qu'on ait 3000 agents de santé communautaire dans la région de Matam qui utilisent ce chatbot de manière quotidienne. Ça voudrait dire qu'on serait capable de communiquer avec l'État et avec le ministère de la Santé d'épidémies qui sont en train d'arriver ou en train d'avoir lieu ou de lui communiquer les symptômes d'une région en particulier.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci. Alors, on a 3 minutes de questions. Je vous laisse voir qui veut poser une question.
Puis-je faire une précision? Je ne suis pas venu seul. Il y a mon directeur de la technologie qui est ici, Mohamed Ougué. Donc, s'il y a des questions très spécifiques tech, je me coucherai et je passerai la main.
En tout, en 3 minutes.
En 3 minutes.
Voilà. Mohamed?
Merci beaucoup, Madi. Peut-être question rapide. Combien d'utilisateurs utilisent la plateforme pour le moment et éventuellement où ces utilisateurs sont situés? Quel type d'utilisateurs? Est-ce que c'est des agents communautaires, certes, mais est-ce qu'il y a plus de précision sur le type d'utilisateur? Et est-ce qu'il y a comment vous êtes soutenable financièrement?
Est-ce qu'on prend toutes les questions? Je réponds question une par une. Je réponds question une par une. 𝐥'𝐢𝐧𝐬, ça fait 4 ans qu'on existe. Et en 4 ans, au-delà de simplement la spécificité sur le domaine de la santé, on a 150 000 bénéficiaires de nos différents programmes qui sont cumulés. Ces 150 000 bénéficiaires ressemblent à la population du Sénégal et la population africaine. Ça veut dire qu'une grande majorité de ces bénéficiaires sont des jeunes. Dû à la démographie, dû au fait qu'on travaille sur des sujets d'éducation, des sujets d'école par exemple. Ça, c'est pour la première question. Pour la deuxième question, quelle est notre viabilité financière en quelque sorte? C'était la question, c'est ça? Aujourd'hui, on travaille avec les États et les institutions pour développer des programmes. Une bonne partie du chiffre d'affaires que l'on génère provient des coopérations, des États et des bailleurs. Sur d'autres programmes, pas ce programme spécifiquement, mais sur d'autres programmes, on est en train d'aller vers et de développer un marché B2C. Mais on ne parle pas là du programme spécifique pour les agents de santé communautaire.
D'autres questions? Soyons brefs, comme ça on peut lui donner le maximum de questions. Mariam, à toi.
Merci beaucoup. Quand vous parlez d'autres programmes, de quoi s'agit-il? Surtout quand il s'agit de B2C. Est-ce que c'est déjà lancé? Est-ce que c'est dans ce secteur? Est-ce que vous opérez plutôt comme comme une boîte de service et donc vous avez plusieurs verticales que vous adressez, auquel cas, est-ce que vous pouvez nous en dire un peu plus pour comprendre aussi comment éventuellement vous pourriez monétiser le B2C?
Merci beaucoup pour cette question. Je vais essayer d'y répondre très rapidement, mais on pourrait y passer 1 heure. La semaine dernière, on était au cinéma Pasteur de Dakar pour ouvrir et lancer officiellement une plateforme qui s'appelle African Urban Music, qui est une plateforme de formation aux métiers qui entourent les industries culturelles et créatives, que l'on a développée avec Ndongodi et Fada Freddy de la Daradi Family. Les Sénégalais, je pense, qui sont présents dans la salle savent de quoi je veux parler. Et cette plateforme de formation-là, on va le faire sous forme de saison. La saison 1 a été financée et est gratuite pour les bénéficiaires. La saison 2 ira beaucoup plus loin dans les spécificités métiers et sera payante sous forme de freemium ou de bouchée de contenu pour toutes personnes qui voudront se former professionnellement.
Merci. C'est tout le temps qu'on a, à moins qu'il y ait une question brûlante, comme ça on va très courte, à laquelle on peut répondre en 10 secondes. On va rattraper le temps technique. C'est bon? OK, parfait. Alors, merci beaucoup. Excellent. Merci beaucoup. Alors, pendant que 𝐿 nous rejoint, je vous laisse finaliser les notations. C'est bon? Encore quelques secondes ou c'est bon? C'est bon? Mohamed, Mariam, ça va aller. Jody, David, all good? Un peu. One more?
Un moment.
Un moment.
This is confidential, right?
Yes. Okay.
Otherwise, I'm just going to put 5 for everything.
Est-ce qu'on a les diapos de 𝐿? Vous avez des diapos? OK. On va attendre que... C'est bon? C'est bon? Alors, allons-y. 7 minutes.
OK, là, ça va, super. Alors aujourd'hui, messieurs, mesdames, on va parler des règles. Today, we're going to talk about menstrual cycle. So I'm going to try to do it in English. I think it's a good exercise for me as we want to scale our solution. So take it as an exercise and maybe I will switch to French if needed. So I'm Marina Ning. I'm an entrepreneur, but as well a content creator, a trainer, and I'm passionate about menstrual cycle. I co-created several companies and projects, mainly around women, because I like to find solutions to help women spread their wings. So as I said, today we're going to talk about menstrual cycle. It's 450 cycles approximately in a woman's life. That's 2,500 period days, approximately over 40 years. And still, we hardly talk about it. And half of the population are women. Why is that? With our company here in Senegal, which is called Happy Afrique, we are making reusable menstrual pads. And we've been talking with women and girls for years. And we discovered that, yes, it's a taboo subject, but yes, they want to talk about it. And yes, they need information because this menstrual cycle impacts their social life, their professional life, their education, their health, their global well-being. And we've been looking around. What can we do? Of course, digital is a great tool because you can impact so many women. But when you look around, all the mobile apps, the tracker cycle app, they're made in the US, in Europe. And when you look at them, it's not really adapted to local context. What is femtech? What is femtech in Africa? You hear about femtech again in North America, in Europe, but here in Africa, I never hear about femtech. And as I said, we're nearly 50% of the population. So why? So we decided to create some femtech tools. So 𝐿, it's a project that started in 2017 with no money, with just some partnerships. But then in 2020, we made a consortium of 5 local companies here in Senegal to scale the program. And we made the tools 𝐿. So 𝐿 is for the well-being and health of girls and women. It has been made with girls and women, with local partners, and with health specialists. Today, 𝐿, it's a multi-channel solution because we
really realize that one solution is not enough. So it's a mobile app with a tracker, it's a chatbot, it's an e-shop, it's an information booklet. I've got plenty of those if you want at the end. It's a web series on YouTube, it's a website, it's social media, and it's some real life workshops. So in where we work on reliable information, simple and positive information. And the positive is really important because we want the women to make peace with their menstrual cycle and their body. And like 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬, really tailored to local context. Our results since the launch of the Where We tools in June 2002. So you can see them there. What impressed me most is the YouTube series. We made it as a trial and we have over 1 million views of the series. It's free on YouTube, you can have a look. As a booklet, it's been an enormous love of the booklets in all the families. And the chatbot is incredible. We have already over 100,000 interaction with the chatbot. And last year in 2023, we won the Odes Prize for the e-health in Global South. So tomorrow, what we want to do is for Where We to be a key actor in menstrual cycle awareness in Africa. We want to build an offline version of the application because we really realize that connectivity is a challenge every day for girls. Even if they have a mobile phone, a smartphone with connections, they don't have connection every day. We have a lot of new features that we want to develop. We want to develop contents in local languages and vocal contents as well. We are launching an ambassador program to be able to have some in-live sessions as well. And we would like to scale across Africa. Now we're here today because we had the chance, the opportunity to be helped by Grand Challenge Canada to rework the chatbot. So we have a new chatbot with LLM solution, and it's for you to test now. It's live on WhatsApp since yesterday, I guess. So you can scan the QR code and you can give us your feedbacks on the chatbots. I'm going to use all as testers. All right. So the chatbot is to answer all the questions the girls and women might have on menstrual cycle, again, with really positive mindset, nice attitude to reconcile themselves with their menstrual cycle. So please help us. So all this work has been done with a lot of partners. It's not me on my own. I must admit that I would have been able to do that on my own. So we have IT for Life, we have DIT, who is working on the chatbot at the moment, we have 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐬. All this has been financed, most of it has been financed by the Botnar Foundation. And now I'm here to tell you that we need new partners to keep developing this program that can have incredible impact on millions of women's lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So 3 minutes for questions. We'll start with those with wonderful. Please.
One question. You've got lots of charitable funding, foundation funding to get you going. My experience is in running such projects is that foundations don't like doing second phase funding because there's no equity for them to buy into. So how are you going to go beyond the foundation funding?
Very good question. I think we needed that funding to prepare all the tools and to prove that it has an impact. But now it's time to different fundings. So now I'm looking for investors and I'm looking for partners. We can work together to really find the right business model. We have some ideas, but we're not sure yet.
Give me one idea.
Okay, one idea. So we've tried the e-shop. It doesn't work enough. E-shop doesn't work enough. Then there is all the data that we can collect. I think there's something to do with it, but we have to be very careful of how we do it. Then we have, for the web series, for example, we have different partners who are paying for the web series to tackle their subjects. For example, we have been working with the 𝐥'𝐲𝐧, and we are working with the sports theme on the web series. So that pays the web series. We know that in Europe or in North America, all these apps are financed because you have a freemium and then a premium. But here we're not sure yet that people are able to pay for or willing to pay for a premium. But we're thinking that maybe with some advanced features, like maybe following your pregnancy, or maybe, I don't know, later we can find some revenue models. But again, we're happy to have some help on this.
Thank you. Second question? My question was going to be about the data and how you're using it, but it sounds like you haven't decided yet whether you might sell that data. Okay.
Yes. For the moment, the data is not sold at all. And if we were to think about it, it would be just for example, to help NGOs to maybe better prepare their programs, or it won't be for commercial companies, for example. But I'm sure it's very interesting to collect all this data from all these girls all over the country. But now, how to use it carefully, that's still something we have to work on.
Thank you.
We have last very quick question, a very quick answer.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks, Marina. Hi. So I'm wondering, what's your personal drive? Why? What are you looking to achieve? Basically, are you looking to build a commercially viable company that can scale, or are you looking to make the bigger impact and probably just limited to Senegal and Francophone Africa?
Both. 20 seconds.
Both.
Maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all respecting the time. If we can have... Désolée, j'avais promis de faire ça en français. Si on peut s'assurer que Tech Care for All sont prêts, on attend les diapos. Bonjour. On va s'assurer que le micro fonctionne. Vous allez faire en anglais ou en
Hello.
français? Hello. English or French?
English.
Wonderful. Ceux qui ont besoin d'écouteurs, n'hésitez pas. Are we all set? Okay. Over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Benson Chuma, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. Happy to be here. You can go to the next slide. Okay.
We need assistance. There we go. And I did pause the timer, so you're not being penalized. All right. Ready?
Yes. Thank you. So I work with a company called Tech Care for All, and I will highlight what we are doing. Two problems that we are solving using AI. One is medical capacity building with our platform called Medical Learning Hub. And number two is a new product we're just about to introduce that is called Light AI, that tackles the problem of antimicrobial resistance. Problem number one, when it comes to healthcare professionals, we have been doing it for quite a while. And we have, in this program, partnered with Grand Challenges Canada, and we are trying to solve one key problem, that there is not a shortage of clinical guidelines. There's not a shortage of standard operating protocols or any learning resources for training healthcare professionals. A lot of them are shared on email, website, or WhatsApp, or even printed. But how do you, as a trainer, as an organization, know that people have really understood what you are, what you have spent so much money in putting together, be it a government, be it an NGO, be it a hospital? And what we have there is a code that you can scan and shows you what it does. In this partnership with Grand Challenges Canada, we have connected our platform with ChatGPT, and what happens is an organization that is training uploads their document, their standard operating protocol, their clinical guidelines, or even a training slide, and within 2 to 3 minutes generates assessments, and at the click of a few buttons you are able to send those assessments to the people that you are training. Game changer, we think. Simple, yes. Perhaps it will keep everybody awake during your trainings. Perhaps it will also keep everybody awake to know your SOPs, because you can't know whether they've understood or not if you are sharing them on email. In Senegal, the pilot that we are doing, we are just about to get IRB approval, and we're going to work with those 3 hospitals that are there. And you get a lot of detailed analytics, who has understood and who has gotten what. That was our first problem. The second problem we are solving is what we believe is a really, really big problem: the problem of antimicrobial resistance. Today, when you go to the doctor, they're going to look at you. If you have a upper respiratory tract infection or simple throat infection, they are going to look at your throat. And even in the best health systems in the West, they will then take a lab test, do a microbiology culture, and figure out, is it viral or is it bacterial? In a lot of African systems, we tend to just give antibiotics unless they've come the second or that time. What are we doing about it? And the cost is between $10, $20 if it is a rapid kits, and 40 to 50, and even more if it's a culture. We are introducing a new way of doing things. We have a mobile app that the doctor uses to scan the back of the throat, and using AI can tell you whether it is a viral or bacterial infection. Point of care diagnostic that we believe can really, really change the outlook of how antibiotics are issued. This is the team, and just an overview of who we are. I have my 2 colleagues, Enoch and Mbaye, who are seated there, who are from Senegal. We have, for the study, we have a Senegalese leader. We have other team members from Kenya, as well as people who are ranging from entrepreneurship, medical, global health, and really transformation of the health system. What is our traction? We have been around since 2021. This is a lot of revenue, or the revenue is from our training, who thought that by simply just removing obstacles in training, that you could get a significant traction. Very on track to next year. We are very confident we'll cross the $1 million a year mark in revenues, because we have about 2.5 signed already as we speak today over the next 2 years. We have 50,000 healthcare professionals coming to our platform, and we are in these countries that are shown there. So what would be our ask? One, there's a business blood in me as a doctor. You can onboard your organization, be it a hospital, NGO, anybody who has SOPs, guidelines, and you can upload it into our platform, and you can actually, we want to democratize it all the way from $50 a month for an organization, depending on the size, and for unlimited number of people. What could you do? That was for the first one. The second one, we have, this is a studies that have been shown. This work has gone over about 12 years, just the mobile app. And there's a lot of studies that have been done. And we have our partner that is doing FDA, US, Canada registration. We're just about to start a clinical trial in Kenya, and in India. We would want to do trials here in Senegal. That nothing would make me more happy than working with the Pasteur Institute to do an African focused trial. We did one in India. This time now we want to do more with the sole purpose of doing local registration. Should you have a question, or would you want to become a customer? Would you want to become a partner? There's a QR code there, and I'll be able to get your details and we will come back to you. Thank you.
Intervention. That was under the time, so thank you very much. Avons-nous des questions? 3 minutes pour les questions. Yes, please go ahead.
I'll come in first since I'm closest.
Go ahead.
Very nice, very interesting. I was interested in the growth of the revenue so far and the projected growth. How does that relate to your costs? You have quite a large team, so I was thinking,
Our headquarters is in Nairobi. We have 12. In Senegal, we have 2 gentlemen. In total, we are about 18 team members, and we manage. It's all software. We've broken even 2 years ago. Because we are doing software, we are able to have relatively good margins.
Because I'm not a health professional, this picture to understand sort of the type of infection, that is right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is anyone else doing this?
No, as far as we know, this is the first time that this is going to be available. There have been about 8 clinical studies, a lot of them in the US. We were approached by a company called Lightai that is in Canada that would want to register it, and we were the natural next partner because we are in these countries, we understand digital technology. So we are going to be the first person who is doing this, and there's a significant barrier to entry because it's proprietary technology over and over with a lot of years of research. About 500,000 throat images have been trained on the AI.
So it's your proprietary technology?
We have an exclusive contract as TC4A, which is an African company, with a Canadian company that is going to commercialize it in the US and Canada. We focus on commercializing it in Africa with our proprietary arrangement that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. D'autres questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Félicitations. Merci. Samantha. On va s'assurer que les diapos sont prêtes. Faudra tester le clicker, juste pour être sûr. On est prêt? Alors, c'est parti. Pas encore parti. On s'assure que la présentation fonctionne. Voilà, c'est bon? On peut avoir l'appui technique, c'est parfait. Le clicker marche? C'est bon, c'est parti pour 7 minutes.
Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Pauline Charlotte Barra. Je vais vous parler de Samanté qui veut dire centre protégé en Wolof. Donc, au Sénégal, 55% de la population est dans une situation de vulnérabilité et ces personnes-là ont également à gérer plus de 58% des dépenses totales de santé. Donc, ici au Sénégal, malheureusement, il n'y a que 42% des dépenses totales de santé qui sont gérées par l'État. Tout le reste est géré par la population elle-même. Et on parle ici au Sénégal d'un ménage de 9 personnes qui ont un revenu annuel de $3 000 pour gérer toutes leurs dépenses qui vont de la santé à l'éducation des enfants jusqu'à leur alimentation. Donc, compliqué pour ce ménage de 9 personnes de rajouter à cela des dépenses de santé. Après, pour rentrer beaucoup plus en profondeur, nous avons essayé de comprendre comment les personnes se comportent quand elles vont dans un établissement de santé ou bien quand elles vont en pharmacie pour acheter des médicaments. Donc, pendant 1 heure, nous sommes allés dans une pharmacie très prisée et une 50aine de personnes sont entrées là-bas. Sur ces 50 personnes, il n'y en avait qu'une seule qui avait une prise en charge médicale. Elle devait en plus de cela payer 20% des frais. Tout le reste n'avait aucune prise en charge. Donc, il y a 2 solutions qui se présentaient à eux. Soit sortir de la pharmacie sans avoir leurs médicaments, soit appeler un parent qui va leur envoyer de l'argent. Donc, une situation qui est qu'on a l'habitude de voir ici au Sénégal et partout en Afrique de l'Ouest francophone, où un parent va nous envoyer de l'argent pour qu'on puisse payer nos frais à la pharmacie ou bien à l'hôpital. Ce qui pousse ces personnes-là à se tourner vers la pharmacopée traditionnelle qui a ses méfaits et également à se tourner vers les médicaments de contrefaçon avec 3 milliards de francs CFA qui ont été récupérés en 2018 en médicaments de contrefaçon ici au Sénégal. Au Sénégal, pour comprendre un peu plus le système des prises en charge médicales, nous avons 3 systèmes existants. Nous avons le système obligatoire pour les IPM. Il paraît que je parle trop vite, excusez-moi. Donc, nous avons le système obligatoire avec les IPM pour les personnes qui sont contractuelles dans des entreprises. Donc, ces personnes-là peuvent bénéficier des IPM. Malheureusement, dans ce système-là, dans ce régime-là, il y a les complexités administratives, il y a le réseau de prestataires et il y a ce fait-là que la personne doit obligatoirement avoir un contrat de travail avec la structure. Après, il y a le régime non obligatoire pour les assurances classiques, donc les courtiers, les autres assurances, mais malheureusement, le pouvoir d'achat des individus ne leur permet pas de se payer des assurances parce qu'elles sont trop chères. Et après, il y a également la complexité administrative qui revient et le réseau de prestataires et donc la limitation géographique. Et à la fin, nous avons l'assistance médicale, donc la CMU et d'autres plans qui sont mis en place, soit par le gouvernement, soit par des ONG, pour aider les populations qui sont en situation de vulnérabilité. Mais malheureusement, ces programmes-là, ils évoluent avec des budgets. Et une fois que le budget est atteint, cette personne ne peut plus bénéficier d'appui de ces structures-là. Et donc, elles sont laissées à elles-mêmes. Elles n'ont plus de solution entre les mains pour aller se faire soigner. Donc, c'est pour cela que nous avons vu une opportunité pour offrir de la liquidité à nos clients quand ils vont se faire soigner pour qu'ils puissent bénéficier d'argent, qu'ils aient de l'argent entre les mains pour aller voir un médecin. Et également qu'ils puissent avoir une solution qui est efficace pour accéder à la santé rapidement et facilement. Et également qu'ils puissent avoir une solution qui est inclusive, donc qui pourra démarginaliser l'accès à la santé au Sénégal et partout même en Afrique de l'Ouest francophone. Donc, c'est voilà pourquoi nous avons créé santé, qui est une prise en charge médicale pour les personnes qui sont dans les secteurs informels et semi-informels. Nous avons mis en place un système de parrainage. Nous savons que l'assurance médicale n'est pas encore très développée au Sénégal et en Afrique de l'Ouest francophone. C'est pourquoi nous savons utiliser des parrains. Le parrain peut être un employeur qui va prendre pour des membres de son équipe ou bien être une personne lambda qui va prendre pour sa famille, qui va prendre pour des personnes de son entourage. On prend l'exemple d'une grande industrie qui va prendre pour ses prestataires, ses ouvriers, ou bien on peut prendre mon exemple à moi qui vais prendre pour ma tante, ma cousine ou bien ma femme de ménage dans la maison ou bien ma nounou. Notre solution est 100% digitalisée. Nous avons utilisé WhatsApp, comme vous le voyez sur la slide précédente, pour interagir avec nos bénéficiaires. Nous n'avons volontairement pas développé d'application parce que nous nous sommes dit que nous touchons une couche de la population qui n'est pas forcément instruite et surtout qui n'a pas forcément accès à un outil digital, à développer une application et pouvoir la comprendre. WhatsApp étant un outil éprouvé, la personne peut utiliser ce canal-là pour interagir avec nous et en utilisant WhatsApp, nous lui permettons d'avoir d'aller se faire soigner dans tous les établissements de santé publics du Sénégal, également les cabinets privés paramédicaux et d'acheter ces médicaments dans toutes les pharmacies. Donc, nous n'avons pas de réseau de prestataires parce que nous avons mis l'humain, notre bénéficiaire, au cœur de notre activité. C'est avec lui que nous interagissons directement. Quand il tombe malade, il nous envoie un message sur WhatsApp et puis on lui envoie l'argent immédiatement par Wave ou Orange Money. Donc, notre bon de santé est commercialisé à 60 000 francs l'année et nous avons fait des calculs actuariels avec notre actuaire qui nous ramène à une marge brute de 24 000 francs pour chaque bon de santé de 60 000 francs que nous commercialisons. Et nous apportons également une flexibilité à nos bénéficiaires de pouvoir payer par mois. Donc, 5 000 francs chaque mois qui vont leur permettre d'aller se faire soigner et de bénéficier de notre prise en charge médicale. Donc, durant cette année, santé existe depuis 2023. Nous avons pu développer une plateforme qui nous permet de gérer les flux que nous recevons de nos bénéficiaires, également tous les documents que nous recevons avec les justificatifs. Également, nous avons à ce jour plus de 450 bénéficiaires et avons pu générer 900 transactions. Nous avons actuellement des discussions en cours avec l'UNACOA, qui est l'Association des commerçants industriels du Sénégal, avec des mairies des mairies qui sont à Dakar et Thiès, également avec Wave et Orange Money, d'abord pour la prise en charge de leurs agents qui sont dans les terrains, mais après, in fine, c'est pour faire de ces agents-là des distributeurs de produits santé, parce qu'ils sont proches de la localité et qui dit assurance inclusive dit proximité avec la communauté. Donc, ça sera beaucoup plus facile pour eux de communiquer avec ces gens-là et de les sensibiliser à la prise en charge médicale pour ensuite les convertir en bénéficiaires de santé. Donc, nous avons actuellement dans notre pipe de clients 𝐬𝐚𝐧𝐬, donc des restaurants, Ciprovis, Livelihoods, clientélistes et des agences de placement. Nous avons également noué un partenariat avec Sonou qui nous permet, au-delà de la prise en charge médicale, d'apporter des indemnités hospitalisation et décès à nos bénéficiaires. Et notre objectif avec Sonou, c'est d'abord, après l'intégration de ces indemnités hospitalisation et décès, de pouvoir développer une plateforme que toutes les mutuelles et entreprises de micro-assurance pourront utiliser parce que nous avons pu avoir un bon modèle pour toucher le secteur informel. Et c'est cet outil-là qu'ils pourront utiliser eux également pour pouvoir gérer leur clientèle. Et donc, le marché en Afrique subsaharienne est de 129 millions de personnes. Et ici au Sénégal, notre objectif est de toucher 150 000 personnes d'ici 2025. Et donc, voici la concurrence. Nous serons rentables en 2025, au premier semestre 2025, à partir de 5 000 bénéficiaires.
Merci beaucoup, Pauline. Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Mariam?
Merci beaucoup, c'était super, très bonne présentation. J'aurais vraiment aimé comprendre un peu plus le go-to-market sur la partie B2B et savoir un peu en termes de plan d'expansion si vous allez plutôt vous focaliser sur le B2B ou sur le B2C, mais surtout le go-to-market B2B, ouais, comprendre un tout petit peu.
Oui. Donc, merci beaucoup pour la question. Donc, quand on démarrait santé, on avait fait un focus sur le B2C. Et après, très rapidement, nous nous sommes rendus compte que le B2C va nous prendre énormément de temps à cause du problème d'éducation de la population. Et c'est pour cette raison-là que nous sommes tournés vers le B2B, parce que ce sont des personnes qui sont beaucoup plus éduquées, qui comprennent l'assurance. Et donc, passer directement avec des structures pour qu'elles puissent prendre pour leurs équipes, donc les TPE, les restaurants qui pourront prendre pour leurs équipes, les cuisiniers et autres, mais également comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, l'objectif avec le partenariat avec Wave ou bien Orange, c'est pour que ces agents-là puissent être des distributeurs. Donc, c'est un partenariat B2B. Le partenariat se fera entre Santé et Wave ou bien la Sonatel ou bien Orange. Et après, eux, ils seront des distributeurs de bons de santé Santé. Également, nous sommes beaucoup tournés vers les coopératives et les GIE au Sénégal pour pouvoir les avoir dans notre pipe. Donc, on ne va plus directement dans les marchés pour faire de l'acquisition de clients, mais on va plutôt vers les groupements qui font déjà des tontines. Donc, il y a déjà des systèmes qui sont existants ici au Sénégal. Notre objectif, c'est de pouvoir permettre à ces systèmes existants de mieux se formaliser et d'avoir un meilleur modèle pour pouvoir prendre en charge leurs membres.
Merci. D'autres questions? Other questions? Mohamed?
Éventuellement, pour te permettre de parler de la compétition et des projections, est-ce que tu peux nous parler des compétiteurs ou des alternatives qui existent et éventuellement de vos projections en termes de revenus et en termes de déploiement?
Oui, donc effectivement, nous avons des compétiteurs ici au Sénégal, nous avons Tanel, nous avons... je ne peux pas mettre cette slide-là. Nous avons des compétiteurs ici, nous avons Tanel, nous avons Rudy également qui sont là, qui ont ciblé le secteur informel. Mais nous, ce qui nous différencie d'eux, c'est que nous sommes 100% digitalisés. Déjà de bout en bout, du moment de l'inscription jusqu'à l'utilisation du service, parce que la personne, quand elle tombe malade même, elle nous envoie un message sur WhatsApp et puis elle nous dit qu'elle est dans telle structure, la consultation vaut tant, on lui envoie l'argent immédiatement par mobile money. Donc, c'est très différent des assurances et des courtiers classiques. Et surtout, nous, avec notre modèle, nous n'avons pas de réseau de prestataires. Donc, ça également, c'est une valeur ajoutée. Nous n'obligeons pas nos bénéficiaires à aller dans telle structure, voir tel médecin, et dans telle pharmacie. Lui, il a la latitude d'aller dans tous les établissements de proximité pour pouvoir se faire soigner. Donc, ça lui permet déjà d'avoir le coût du transport en moins par rapport aux assurances classiques où tu seras obligé d'aller dans le médecin de la liste. Et également, il y a moins de complications que ta maladie s'aggrave en chemin.
Merci. See, very quick burning question.
I notice you don't have a headphone. Can I ask in English?
Yeah.
Oh, good. How vulnerable are you to fraud?
To fraud?
Yeah. They're sending out money when somebody reports a problem?
Hein? 10 secondes. Ouais. Je vais répondre en français. Can I answer in French?
Please do.
Ouais.
I'll put the headphones on.
OK. Concernant la consultation, il y a un risque de fraude parce que nous, on envoie à l'argent à nos bénéficiaires avant qu'ils ne fassent la consultation. Mais ici, au Sénégal, les coûts de la consultation sont très faibles dans les hôpitaux publics. C'est pourquoi on s'est focus sur ces établissements-là. C'est 2 000, 3 000, maximum 5 000 et 10 000 francs. Donc, on prend le risque de leur envoyer l'argent pour la consultation, mais tant que l'individu ne nous envoie pas le reçu de la consultation, on ne paye pas pour les autres frais. Et on sait qu'ici au Sénégal, 52% des frais de santé, c'est la pharmacie. Donc, c'est ce qui pousse les gens à aller voir un médecin parce qu'ils savent que derrière, il y aura toujours une ordonnance. Et donc, la personne qui va aller voir un médecin qui va demander de l'argent, tant qu'il ne nous envoie pas le reçu de la consultation, on ne va pas payer pour ses médicaments. Et actuellement, nous avons également une discussion en cours avec une structure qui s'appelle Hôpitalia, qui est implantée dans 75% des établissements publics du Sénégal. Au lieu que nous, on aille démarcher ces hôpitaux-là, on va passer par la plateforme de Hôpitalia et comme ça, l'agent de facturation va faire la vérification parce qu'il aura accès au dossier médical de notre bénéficiaire pour vérifier s'il est de santé ou pas.
Merci, Pauline. Merci. Alors, on applaudit pour Pauline. Merci beaucoup. Je cherche Henri. Alors, on va écouter Ion. Henri, tu as des diapos? OK, on va s'assurer que les diapos fonctionnent. Tu vas pitcher en français ou en anglais? Anglais. So it will be ça va être en anglais si vous avez besoin d'écouteurs. Tu peux tester le clicker pour t'assurer qu'il fonctionne. Il y a un autre clicker? On va patienter juste quelques secondes. So if anybody knows Joe Fitchett, you know that he's made sure that conflict of interest is managed. So I thought I would clarify that while we wait. We've all had to declare any potential conflicts and that those are taken into account. For example, I will not be voting. That's one example, but just so everybody understands that the other aspects of this are taken care of. We know IPD and we know the actors behind. So, c'est bon, Henri? We are good to go. All right. 7 minutes. 20, c'est parti.
Hi, I'm Andrew Swangay, CEO and co-founder of Eon. At Eon, we make reliable medical record available in real time to save lives in Africa. 7 years ago, I lost my stepmother. She was suffering a disease named lupus. And we waste a lot of time navigating between medical structures, answering to same questions, performing same exams, and also having doubt about the quality of medical record before surgery. I even have to carry a packet of blood in my car after that surgery. Unfortunately, the care journey is complicated in Africa due to massive usage of paper and lack of central system that allow to have reliable information at the right time. For us, the solution is what we called a connected health system, where we guarantee real-time exchange of secure and reliable data to have a zero paper care journey that will connect in real time the patient, the care provider, the care payers, and also other health information system. The different products of the system are product for each stakeholder in the care journey. We have an entry point for each of them. For the care provider, they are able to handle the medical records, handle the billings. The patient have a medical passport on web, mobile, and card format. And for the insurer, we are handling the claims. So by connecting these three actors, we have a zero paper care journey. And we are handling the data with a central module, certified central module using standard interoperability like HL7 and FIRE. We are the first Senegalese company to be certified on that technology. And by digitalizing that care journey, it is useful for the government. They are able to have data in real time to take right decision for the policy. Related to the business model, each stakeholder pay for the service that they are using. We have two types of business model, one for the private sector and one for the public sector. For care provider, payers, they are paying monthly subscription. For the public sector, it's license. They pay the license and they also pay for maintenance. We are able to sell directly or use partner to sell for us. Our ambition is a Pan-African ambition, but if we focus on Senegal, we are talking about a market of $230 million for the digitalization of the healthcare in Senegal. And it is mainly our focus today. Even we have other activities in other countries. In terms of competition, we are not really seeing the other actors as competitor. As we have an interoperability platform, we think that we can be reliable for them to allow them to exchange information and to give value to their customers. So we are able to handle the medical records, billing aspect, insurance, but we are able to work with other actors with their technology. In terms of example of impact, our solution was used by the government during COVID-19. It was deployed in 3 big hospitals. It was connected to the laboratory Pasteur. So it is a right example of what interoperability can do in an emergency context. So with that, we allow to the physicians to plan different tests, and we help them to manage the patient better, and it was very useful for the country. That led to us to win the national call for being the national health system since last year with the government of Senegal. Here you can see some picture of the ministry coming to see what we are achieving at the hospital. Today, the project is for each Senegalese to have one unique health number that will be used when they go to a medical facility. In the public sector, we are talking about more than 9,000 medical facilities to connect. So we started this year, and I think that it's a long, long journey with the government. In terms of traction, today with our private sector, we connect 500 medical facilities. 2 care payers are using our solution. Today, we almost reach 1 million patients in the system. We handle 4 million medical patient record this year, and we generated last year $1.9 million of revenue. 90% of our activity is in Senegal. We have activities in Gabon, in Côte d'Ivoire, and Cameroon. We have partners like Orange, Sanofi, and in 2018, we was declared by World Bank as the most valuable project in terms of impact. We have the team to handle this type of project. What we want to say to our customer is that we're bringing to them value, not just technology. We are able to show them, to give them suitable tools, but we also know how they work, how they are working. So we have functional also skills to help them. We have more than 60 employees which are working with us day to day. For the future, we just raised $1 million, working on another raise of $2 million. We have a focus on the international deployment. We are working on our AI assistant with the name of Babette. It's the name of my lost stepmother. We want to reach 5 million patients in Francophone Africa in the 3 years coming, generating 16 million of revenue. One of our big targets is to be impactful in the One Health approach. We are talking about health, but we can see health related to animals, health related to environment. As we are managing data, we think that we can be a reliable medical record backbone for Africa. 𝐸𝐴𝐚 means in my local language, let's go together. So together, let's build reliable medical system to save lives in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henri. Any questions? Yes, please go ahead.
When
Judy.
you're done here, can you come and do it in the UK? But seriously, are there other countries that are really leading the field in this, that where there is a sort of single source of truth on patient records? And are you learning? Are there any that you can learn from?
I know that today you have Canada, United States, France, they are having result, Belgium. So the difference is that they have already big system, and the challenge for them is to make that system exchange information. In Senegal, we have less system. It was important for us to show that we have the skill to lead this type of project. So we started in the private sector to make proof. But today, the government is ready to start with one solution to have the maximum of result, and after use interoperability to add other systems.
Thank you.
Mariam?
Thank you very much, Henry. What are the main challenges that you're facing throughout this journey? We know it's a long and very painful journey, so we'd love for you to just explain what you're going through and how you're addressing each of them. Especially, we know about the funding issue, the regulatory issue. Anything else, and how are you tackling those issues?
To be honest, the main challenge was to raise money. But we learned of that. If I had to start 𝐸𝐴𝐚 today, I will use another type of selling the project, because at day one, we explain the vision. And when you talk to a VC, they ask to you, who is your best customer? So for that vision, it's the government. So they say, okay, we'll talk about that later. So this is our main challenge. But after that, the human resources. To be honest, this is a complex system. We're not talking about one or two use cases. We're talking about connecting systems, digitalizing care provider, and managing sensitive data. So you have to find reliable human resources. And unfortunately, it's not really easy. And we have a new phenomenon for tech companies here. You have good guys, you show them how to do it. And after that, they find job in Europe, in Canada, in States. So you have to start again. So yeah, funding and after human resources.
David?
Very interesting. I like it a lot. But I see in the next funding round, you're going to be raising 2 million. How much of the company are you giving away for 2 million?
How much?
How much of the company? I mean, what portion of the stock are you handing over for 2 million?
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not.
Les 2 millions.
Okay.
Je sais combien.
I'm worried you're selling it too cheap.
We won't let more than 10%.
Too cheap.
Mohamed, tu as une question rapidement?
For that price, possibly.
You mentioned that for the government aspect is one that is complicated. Do you have any concerns while expanding that will be a barrier to your expansion, or how do you want to address that specific point?
For the expansion.
For the international expansion.
For the international, we will use two strategies. The best customer, it's always the government. But if you start in a country, we think that working with care payers is a very good strategy. Because when you work with a care payer, they say to their insured, you go to that network. And by default, it creates a big network. For example, here working with Sonatel, move our network from 25 to 100 last year. And now we will generalize, we will have 800 medical facilities. So this is for us a strategy to penetrate new market. We are doing it in Gabon with an insurer. The other strategy is to work with a local partner. We know that there is some actors in the other countries with the same target, but they have, for example, just a wallet. But I think that with just a wallet, if I give to you a wallet and I send you to a physician who are working with paper, it's a nonsense. So we think that if you have a wallet, we bring our information system, it can be a global solution. So this is the type of partnership that we are doing, for example, in Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you so much, Henri. Let's give him a round of applause. Je ne pense pas avoir oublié. Non, tout le monde est passé. Alors, on va récupérer les notes. Je vous laisse finaliser très rapidement et peut-être il y en a un ou deux autres qu'on va récupérer ici. On va prendre, tu vas expliquer les prochaines étapes. On va prendre un peu de temps pour faire le calcul et identifier le gagnant. Pendant ce temps, restez, s'il vous plaît, restez dans la salle. Vous voulez savoir qui a gagné d'un et il y a une session qui va se passer. Elias, assois-toi, s'il te plaît. Ça, je le connais. Mais je voulais, pendant qu'on récupère tous les papiers, que tous ces entrepreneurs se lèvent. Si vous êtes au Sénégal en 2024 et que vous avez aussi été là en 2023, il faut les applaudir. Ça a été des années extrêmement difficiles et ils se sont approchés de manière incroyable. Donc, levez-vous. Quelle que soit l'issue, vous êtes tous absolument magnifiques. Vraiment, on vous admire, on vous respecte et bravo à tous. Henri, tous entrepreneurs qui ne se sont pas levés, voilà, merci. Marina, debout, merci beaucoup. Merci. On vous revient très vite, ne bougez pas. All right? Merci.
Vous ne pouvez même pas bouger parce c'est la session de Richard Gordon qui va aller très vite et c'est le reverse speech from funders. Donc, un membre de 𝐥'𝐬𝐧𝐶, un membre de MSF, IFC, Dakar Network Angels, Africa Partners Collective et Council on Foreign Relations. So, Richard, the floor is yours and the partners.
So could those funders come up to the table, please? I think it's only 15-minute slot that we have. So this session is while they're tabulating the numbers, we've been asked to give some feedback from funders, what kind of things funders are looking for and what kind of things are on the horizon in each of our organizations in a couple of minutes. Should I start, guys? So we only got about 15 minutes while the score is being tabulated. So I'm going to go first, and then we're going to just go down the queue. And yes, Mohammed, you're not allowed to leave. You're welcome to stay or join if you'd like. So this is the reverse feedback from some of the funders. So you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to not. Okay. So not had a session like this beforehand, but essentially in the area of digital health, I think it'd be worthwhile for some of the funders to give out some of the feedbacks and the points of view that we would typically see. So maybe I'm going to pass it to our panelists just to start off with. For maybe Prashant, if you can start, just go down for the kinds of things that you would be looking for when you are funding as a segue on some of the things you've seen in 1 or 2 minutes, because that's what each panelist is going to get. And then we're going to have the unveiling of who the prize winners were.
Thanks, Richard. I was asked to make this a reverse pitch, implying what are things that we would like to see new founders pitch, but are not seeing often enough. So here's my 1.5, 2-minute pitch. Many of the founders in health tech have to sell their product or service or innovation to the government. The government in the end is a big payer. It may not be the largest payer, but it is a big payer. You cannot build health tech exclusively by patients themselves paying. So the question that we pose, that we get asked from many of the founders or entrepreneurs or innovators is, when I go to VCs, they say, if your business model relies on selling your product and service to the government, that's where the monsters walk. I don't want you to go there. I don't want to fund a company that relies largely on government funding. Second similar part is you have a regulatory landscape that requires you to go through multiple regulatory things. This is complex. I don't want to fund it. Right? So the ask, my pitch is, can there be a business model which is offering working with the government, getting your money back on time, the payment systems as a service? A founder pays you as a fee, and then the company says, you sell to the government, I will manage everything for you. I will get your invoices in, I will get your money back, I will help you how to navigate the landscape, and in return for it, I'm willing to pay you a fee. Is there a business model there or not?
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Abdurrahman, so I'm from Husky Ventures. So we are not a fund, we are a venture studio. So as a venture studio, we build the company we invest in. So we have our portfolio company that we build. So we look more for opportunities, like where we think there is a big problem to solve, and we try to put together a team to try to solve that problem. And if we believe that there is an opportunity here to create a venture, so we create a venture, the team graduate, and then we look for potential investors. So basically what we're looking for is maybe talent. People have the experience in the health sector, but are interested in actually building, being entrepreneurs. What we offer is the whole ecosystem actually to move from ideation to launch a company. We are not scared about building businesses for government because we are here. We see the problem. We know that the private sector is needed to solve most of those problems, and we are willing to be patient and go with them in that journey. In also try to educate the other VCs that see it as a problem, because we understand where they're sitting as well. So the challenge might be different. So we really want to play that role. I'm trying to make sure that also the types of company we're putting on the table maybe might not be the typical ventures that a VC would like, but just by being there, by pushing for 2-3 years, then it becomes something that they can invest in. So yeah, let me stop there.
Thank you. Any comments you would like to make at the end? No. So we're going to ask the people on the floor as well to feedback. So this was a bit of a challenge in the program. For those of you who look very closely, there was the funder's pitch, and then there was the reverse pitch, which was us giving feedback to innovators in the room. So I'll give a couple of things that jumped out at me in the presentations we sat through. So a little bit of context. I ran the grant funding at the South African Medical Research Council for pretty much 10 years, and we did a lot of things with digital health. A lot of things that worked and a lot of things that didn't work. And there were many of the similarities in the presentations that came through. So some of the feedback were the kinds of things that we look for. So digital health is really difficult to make sustainable because there's lots of people doing it, and but it also does create the opportunity to leapfrog technologies in Africa. The number one issue that I've seen come up all the time is unique identifiers. Henry mentioned it earlier on today in the morning session. If you don't have a unique identifier to identify a person and link it to a disease case, you cannot even start a program like this, let alone scale it beyond the country that you're in. Geopolitics is another one. Understanding, do you want to scale within a country or in a region or across a continent? Quite a few people spoke about expanding across Africa. There's 3 different languages spoken in Africa. How are you going to do that? And probably the biggest thing that we see a lot in terms of the funding and a lot of the funding programs on these kinds of programs is it's quite cheap to set up, for lack of a better way to describe it when I say cheap. Sustaining it is actually the very expensive part. What happens when Microsoft put an update on their platform, and your whole platform stops overnight? How do you troubleshoot it? What technical skills do you have? How often, when people update the guidelines, are they updated and make sure that they carry out? Do you carry confidential information? If you do, it needs to be password protective. Then you need a whole data policy, anti-corruption policy, hacking policy, how you support the underpinning systems. The costs on the back end of maintaining and keeping a system current for digital health are not insignificant. But in the space, I will agree with some of the presenters who spoke, and the government has to be a customer. It can also be, in some cases in Africa, it could be a liability and blocking you from scaling. So things that I just threw out as alternative funding sources that people consider. People typically think of grant funding from the usual sources. Interestingly, several people mentioned Grand Challenges Canada. The reason I was late for the session because I was on a call with the Grand Challenges Canada CEO talking about innovations in Africa and how they scale. So grant funding would typically be some of the funding to fund early stage development of prototypes. Development financing, private sector, not much mention of the private sector. The menstrual cycle presentation. What about companies advertising the sanitary wear, contraception medication, STD checking? So when you click on something, it pops up and you pay for advertising. That's how lots of groups tend to get sustainability, is actually advertising on their website when you click on the content. Not a huge fan of selling data. I think it's a very slippery slope, but you can certainly analyze trends. So one example that South African government, we did a program for the essential drugs records for the country, where we digitized the entire clinical management, the drug prescription. And then once it was going, we had 100,000 users of the platform. We then realized that the app was used most commonly between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning. And when you look at why, it was because it was all the young interns who were left alone at night without supervision, needed to check what they were doing. So it identified a training element that you can use to help support your medical system. So digital health is not for the faint-hearted. It's fast and it's moving, it's competitive, but it's actually a very nice area to be in. And I think I speak for the funders here, that it was a very impressive session. While we're waiting for the results to come in, are there any questions and comments that people in the audience, even some of the people who did reviews and scoring, that they would like to highlight, things they've noticed or questions they would like? We've probably got 5 or 10 minutes while we wait for the results to come back. Yes, I think it's Yusuf. Microphone's coming behind you.
Okay, so the comment I want to make, I think when we talk about public health or digital health, we have to make the distinction between curative medicine and preventive medicine. And that's really key. The reason why I'm saying that, it's when you talk about preventive medicine, the approach that you have to develop is an interministerial approach. While when you talk about curative medicine, the approach, it's really under the Ministry of Health. Now, why this is important? If you talk about preventive medicine, for instance, the workforce, so the Ministry of Labor can be involved in preventive medicine, because if people are getting sick, then there is a loss of productivity. So the Ministry of Health, like for example, the example in Rwanda, they launched a program called Wellness on the Workplace, where they ask every public servant and people in the private sector to get once a year a screening against NCD, once a year. And this creates a business model for digital health. The same holds for the Ministry of Infrastructure. For instance, here in Senegal, I cannot go home on foot because there is no sidewalk, or they are all used. So I think there is also something there where there is an interplay between the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Health, we heard the session on food and agriculture. So again, there is an interplay. So I think in the curative part, there is a whole business model that can be developed. And in the curative part, that's more complex because it's more expensive, it's more capital intensive, and it's more demanding in terms of skills. So I think we should make that distinction.
Thank you. Any other comments from members on the floor? Any other questions? Before I start asking the audience questions and Solomon what he did on holiday last year. No, I'm joking.
I can make a provocative.
No, please do. We have 5 or 10 minutes. We're really buying Joe some time to the scoring here.
My provocative comment is a complete antithesis to the session itself. I do not believe in giving feedback to entrepreneurs who are themselves deeply aware of what their challenges are. I feel I feel bad about a few people sitting on a panel and saying, oh, did you look at that? Did you do that? They know, they are all clever, they are smart. The reason they have gotten to this level are they are smart. So I just, that's my personal viewpoint.
All right. So guys, I think anyone can sing. we can have a little sing song and a kumbaya while we are waiting for Joe. It was supposed to be a couple of minutes. Are they nearly done with the questions? Okay. Okay. So maybe we take 5 minutes. Please don't leave the room while we wait for the scorers' reviews to come back, and we will carry on. That was supposed to be funders giving the feedback on their kinds of things they've done. On the ceasefire. So.
And follow you. Will you go? And I'll be with you too. Follow you. Everywhere you go. And I'll be together.
Maggie is back in the room, and I think we're all been waiting for this moment. Drum roll, can we ask you please to be seated? Régie, est-ce que vous pouvez couper la musique, s'il vous plaît? Can we please ask you to be seated so that we can finish up? Can we ask you please to be seated? This is the moment we've been all waiting for. So, Maggie? Right, thank you. There's something very exciting about holding the information. Can I have your attention for 2 seconds? So thank you very much to everyone. Thank you to all the entrepreneurs.